messaging to come over. That's great. Okay, welcome everybody. Today is Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. We are in a joint session between the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Board. In this part of the public meeting, we're going to discuss the Redstone to McClure Pass Trail update and have an Open Space and Trails end of the year review. So I will hand it over to, I think, Gary to talk about the update on the Redstone Trail.
Great, thanks, Steve. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And we're here today to, there's two of me. Michael, you're under my name, which is kind of funny. But there's two Gary Tenenbaums on this, but at least he got on. So anyway, we're here to talk about kind of an update and direction for the Redstone to top of McClure Pass section of trail that we've been working with the Forest Service on through NEPA. And we have some updates on it, and we have some new direction that we want to share with you guys and see, you know, if you're supportive of where we're going with it. And really, truly, this is, you know, even if you give direction today to move forward with this, you know, it's going to move forward into NEPA. So it's going to be totally analyzed and looked, and the public process will continue with this. We are going into the old style of NEPA where, you know, we work with the Forest Service and they release a draft for public comment. Hopefully, Shelley, we're still going with that. Shelley Grail is here from the Forest Service and can help you on any process. We also have Bill Mangle, who is our third-party NEPA consultant. And I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to go through the changes. But, you know, if we are good to go with direction today, this will go into the NEPA analysis. And once the draft is created, it will go out to public comment. And then that public comment will be taken on by the Forest Service and looked upon to see where the next steps are before they create a final decision. So with that, let me turn it over to Lindsay in the barn.
I'm going to share screen. Okay, can everyone see our map? Just a recap on how we've gotten to where we are today. As you guys are all well aware, we went through about a 2-year process evaluating the different ways to have a non-motorized route through the Crystal connecting to Crested Butte. As part of that process, in most locations, we had 2 different alternatives. One was an on-highway route and one was the off-highway route. The top of McClure Pass was unique in a way that it ultimately, the only proposal in that plan was the on-highway route, because we, at that time, didn't feel there was a feasible or viable off-highway route. Staff had spent a lot of time on the north side of the highway. You guys see my cursor? On the north side of the highway, because it felt this crossing, or having an at-grade crossing in this location, was something we thought at the time to be infeasible. Even though we knew that there was existing old road route across the highway in that location, the majority of looking or, you know, research into an alternate off-highway route was spent on the north side. So from all that research, at that time, we determined that we didn't think there was a viable off-highway route at the top of the pass. So in the plan, the on-highway route, which is also in red in here, was what was carried forward. And as you guys recall in that plan, Redstone and McClure was the only section of trail that had any recommendation behind it as a route that to start pursuing with the Forest Service. So last year in 2019, we submitted the proposal to the Forest Service and began a new process at the start of this year. And then fast forward to the end, to this past October, we're out on site doing a walkthrough with CDOT. Even though we've met on site with many members of CDOT, engineers and right-of-way and survey and permitting, this was our first walkthrough with the maintenance staff, which was extremely valuable. And they provided some great feedback in many locations, but in particular, on this map, what you see in blue was a response to, and really some of their recommendations as far as tweaks or alternates to the plan that they brought up in response to concerns they had. So looking at that lower access and parking to access the switchback going up the pass. In the current proposal, there's parking right where my hand is right now, and on the ground there is currently parking in that location. Concerns that CDOT had were that the sight lines in that location are difficult when you look down valley or to the north. That is something that we could remedy or work on by shaving the grade down, but it's still tight. And then the other concern they had there was capacity. That area is often full already, and there's not a lot of room for expansion. And so they brought up or highlighted there's an existing disturbed area slightly further up valley. I think it's 600 feet further up valley. That's under some power lines there, and that's flat. And the suggestion was that the parking location could be moved there, and it would allow the room for slightly more cars. I think the current spot is 2 to 4, and that this could be around 8 or something like that. So there was allowed for roughly double the parking, and then connecting up to the existing grade. That exact location could be a bit to be determined. There'd be a bubble there that would be analyzed, but that there are grades in there to make it work and make that connection work. And then at the top of the pass, some of the discussion during that site tour was that there are 2 areas of rockfall, which we've been aware of and are aware of, and CDOT's concern was that the damage to the trail every year from them removing that rockfall or snow plowing through there is just going to be this ongoing higher maintenance dollar. And they brought up the idea of going under the highway in this location, which was frankly something we had never analyzed. And so we knew that, okay, well, if we get under the highway, there's existing routes through here. This is a dispersed camping area that's fairly well used. Also, sometimes there's more long-term residents that like to stay up there. But there's the road that comes off the highway right here and actually continues through here. And then the top of the pass, there's also an access right here. So Gary and Ted did some ground truthing about how, you know, from this idea, if we could get under the highway and then avoid this section that would be, as far as user experiences go, less desirable. Also, the potential for some long-term maintenance costs. They did some ground truthing about, well, what would it look like to get a trail connection through there? So once it started to feel more feasible, we asked SGM to do some cost estimates at the top of the pass to make sure. Of course, the scary dollar sign to everybody is always the underpass, and to really analyze what would an underpass roughly cost up there versus the trail along the highway, as well as keeping into consideration the long-term maintenance. So what they came back with was their estimate was that the initial construction would be more, roughly 100,000 more to construct the proposed underpass, but that the long-term maintenance of those particular rockfall sections, estimating that we would need to repave, patch it every year, that quickly, within a 10-year time frame, the proposed underpass would start to be the cheaper option. So the staff took the information, we went back and kind of gut checked it or analyzed it against what we had done. If you can recall, during the original planning, it didn't show up. We had those color dot exercises for those 4 categories that were environmental, user experience, engineering, and cost. Also, right now, just the data that we have on environmental looked at what those impacts could be. And most of that existing data is really the CPW shape files that we have, as well as any of the previous site work that consultants have done, and then this fall, some wetland review of the top of the pass area. So all that was in your packet, but what ultimately we started to feel was that the top of the pass alternative that is shown in here in blue would be preferred because, or that would be something we might want to discuss for pursuing because it would be a better user experience and ultimately a long-term, more affordable or cheaper route. That the alternatives already have winter closures on them, and that in this particular area would continue with that. There would be winter closure, so no winter use. But even then, it's not currently being mapped out in any of the critical areas by CPW. And then similar exercise with the bottom of the pass, but that the, similar exercise with the bottom of the pass, but frankly, it's moving from one disturbed area to another disturbed area. And that this existing shapefile, this existing route goes through the similar existing disturbed area. Cost-wise, they're very similar. So it was really, this could be slightly more advantageous because of the need not to create additional disturbance to increase the sight lines, and that it could allow for slightly more vehicles in what is already a full parking pull-out area. So what we're asking today is to, discuss this further, and really what we're looking at is amending our proposal to the Forest Service, and like Gary has mentioned, then it would be evaluated through the NEPA process, just like our current proposal would be. What am I missing, Gary?
Well, the only thing I was going to say is that, in this new proposal, we would not have to cross Highway 133. Because if we were looking at the north side or on highway, we would have to cross at the top of the pass. And this would basically put us onto the route that goes through the Raggeds and to Crested Butte. Lindsay, if you could just show them, we're connecting to the existing road platform that would be part of the trail for the connection to Crested Butte. So, really, truly, this was a much, much better user experience. And I don't want to do the long-term maintenance. I mean, really, truly, that was an eye-opener from CDOT when we were up there looking at it. The maintenance guy was great, and he lives in the Crystal, and he was honest. He's like, look at the side of the highway, look what we do to it, and adding, we can do it, and it'll be safe. We could do it, but it's just, it's going to get beaten up. So some years, if we have a lot of rock fall, we could replace 30 to 40% of it. Other years without, we'll maybe replace 5%. But over time, the cost of that replacements would, these trails are forever, and that ongoing maintenance cost was an enormous, long-term proposition.
Kelly?
Thank you. Nice to see you all. I have a couple questions. I'll rattle them off, and you can take them in whatever order you prefer. So with regards to the initially proposed section, were those rockfall areas the only parts of the trail that were intended for paving? I'm guessing that the newly proposed trail is, an ordinary forest trail, not a paved trail. And then with regards to the proposed parking area lower down there on 133, I had listened into the caucus meeting earlier this month, and I thought that the Forest Service person had said that the parking along this trail, from Redstone to the top of McClure was not being considered in the NEPA evaluation. So I'm wondering what the focus on this parking area is generating from, and then if they are actually focusing on the rest of the potential parking to serve the trail along 133.
I can speak to that if you'd like. I think that might have been misunderstood at that caucus meeting, because we have been looking at proposed parking not at this specific location, to Lindsay's point, over closer to where the 133 is on this map, but we have been looking at parking through the analysis.
And to answer the question about paving and unpaved, so the blue line, yes, would be single track. Anywhere that we have a trail directly adjacent to the right-of-way or the asphalt on the road. Right now, there's also segments further downstream, closer to Hayes Falls, that we're looking at potentially having that be just essentially a wide shoulder with some sort of delineation, due to the proximity of the roadway and the narrow corridor and all those things. The maintenance of a soft surface is pretty substantial relative to paving the wider shoulder. But then in areas where we can have it fully separated, like right out of Redstone, that is pressure fines. So this is right now we're just working through the engineering portion of it. We're only at 30% drawings to work through some of these, just the engineering challenges that we're aware of. So that was where those rockfall areas are directly touching the roadway.
Sorry, who is Shelley, please?
Oh, Shelley's with the Forest Service.
Great, thank you. Hi, Shelley.
Sorry, I introduced her earlier.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on then.
That's okay.
Oh.
Let's see, Graham, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't.
Howie?
Lindsay, thanks for moving this ahead. This unexpected underpass, proposed underpass, is to me, a game changer. I've walked this alignment several times, and when I got up to the upper portion of 133 where the road is, it clearly would be a horrible user experience, and I would say dangerous to go all the way up to the parking lot at the top of McClure Pass. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with what CDOT's talking about as a proposal for an alternative route. Was CDOT also proposing to share in the cost of the underpass, and what do they say would take, how long the road would be interrupted up there?
They're definitely not proposing to share in the cost, and the road interruption roughly for either alignment was a week. So there would be traffic control for a week. Their idea, at least the engineer's current thoughts on the underpass, it's a box culvert that we would drop into place. So rotating closures on the different sides of the highway.
Okay.
Well, and CDOT was willing to potentially help us with where we could put the spoils from this underpass. So that could potentially, help us with the cost if we don't have to haul that all the way out. That would be a huge help in the cost, and they totally were open to that discussion.
George, and then Graham.
Yeah, it's a both boards decide this is the route to pursue. As you're doing some engineering on it, Gary, I would stay in touch with Brian Pettit because there may be some dollars through the TPR to go after for this using faster money. Even though it's not on the list now, in a year or two or so, you may be able to sneak in a request for some funding for this underpass.
Yeah, we'll keep it in mind. Thanks, George.
Graham?
I'm amazed that an underpass is that inexpensive. I think it's terrific if that all works out. So I think that's great. I was just wondering if there's any need or opportunity to have that underpass serve as a wildlife crossing as well. I have no idea whether that's a feasible idea or needed or not, but we might as well just take a pass at it and talk to somebody about it.
Yeah, it would be something that we could look at. We'll see what that would take, and if that's really a good location for it.
Sure.
But we can definitely look into it. you know, as we're going through the NEPA analysis, the reality is this is not an area of critical wildlife habitat. So I don't think I think they're staying on that north side of the highway. And, you know, from the conversations that I've had, they're not really trying to get to that middle spot in there. So, anyway, there's some good maps. Yeah, there you go. Lindsay put up the map to show really where the wildlife, you know, want to go. And so, you know, I don't think this underpass would really provide that, but, you know, as we're doing this analysis, if it is, we can look into that.
Okay, Wayne?
Yeah, thanks. I do support this as well. I actually walked the alignment yesterday. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Just a little point of clarification. I think, I assume that the trail platform, or the old road platform at the very bottom, would continue to be the trail up from Redstone, and that the new parking at the bottom and the blue trail would be effectively a little spur. In other words, if people coming from Redstone would stay on that old platform, and people parking there and joining the trail at that point would, you know, use the blue trail. I assume that's correct.
Correct, yeah.
But yeah, I think I was also surprised at the low cost of a potential underpass. And I walked down the roadside yesterday as well, and those you know, those cut banks where the rock is coming down into the shoulder, they're definitely, it's like Castle Creek, where we did all the rockfall mitigation there for the trail. There's two areas there that are pretty debris producers that would be landing on the trail all the time if it went along the road. So yeah, I fully support this. I think, and the fact that it's basically lower cost in the long term, I think is great.
Amy, and then Michael.
Thanks. Yeah, I would echo actually what's everything that's been said. I think it's great to see how you know, just other opportunities can arise from this more detailed look, and to be able to expand the parking at the bottom, I think is both expand it and make it safer is a win-win, obviously. And then the underpass, yeah, kind of a shocker that it's cheaper than maintaining and creating a trail along the road. And I certainly support any kind of trail that we make that is not on the road shoulder. And I think that, you know, it's a fantastic solution, and I'm glad to have Wayne out there, be able to be boots on the ground from the board perspective, and kind of be out there to take a look, because certainly on the map it looks a ton better, and I've been out there a number of times more on the road and biking on the road, so I understand that aspect of it. But definitely appreciate that there's a newfound route up there, and fully support this continuing through the process and going through the public piece and the continued evaluation of this. But I think it's really a win-win for everybody on kind of all sides. Thanks.
Michael?
2 points. First, are we at some future meeting going to be considering the section between Placida and Redstone and look at maps accordingly? That's one point. The second point is, I'm guessing that these switchbacks are going to become a course for mountain bikers. It's going to be, yeah, it's relatively steep, with tight turns, an exciting mountain bike route, and I'm wondering how we're thinking about the safety of that, or is that a future consideration?
Well, we always consider the safety of it, but the reality of these compared to some, you know, of our other trails, I mean, this is an old roadbed. It's wider than your typical area. When you go up there and you really hike it, you realize the switchbacks, you know, they're not super steep, but they will slow people down. And so you're going to have to slow down to go into those switchbacks. And so, you know, I think with the wide sidelines on most of the area that we'll be watching and seeing what it is, but we're not considering where else we have trails with multi-use going on. This was kind of wide open compared to some of the others. So we're not as concerned about the super safety because I just don't see this as a real mountain bike track. This is not going to have features on it and jumps and all this other stuff. It's really, you know, it'll be used by bikes, definitely. I'm not saying that, but it's not like what, you know, like Sky Mountain has on some of those trails and up in Snowmass too.
Thank you. And then the section between here and between Placida and Redstone?
So there's currently no changes as far as the proposal for the NEPA process on that section.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve? Yeah, I'm just looking at the blue lines. So the blue lines are the new lines. That represents new trail. What are we talking about? Is it about 3,000 linear feet if you were to straighten all that out of new developed trail? It sounds as if we're going to have a little bit less. We're duplicating the trails down at the bottom to accommodate the new parking area, but as Wayne pointed out, the existing red trail will stay there. So we're effectively doubling the amount of trail surface down at that end. And then we're skirting a wetland up on the top, and I'm assuming that that's an existing trail we're just going to be renovating, or is that what I think I heard you say, that the blue line at the top of the pass is something that already exists that we're taking advantage of, or are we actually developing a new trail skirting the wetland there?
Partly both. We are creating new trail when we go off. There's an old road bed for part of it, and you can see the continuation of the road bed on there. And then when we're going through not an old campsite, we're going through a campsite. We do have one intermittent stream crossing that we will bridge. And then we are going, you know, Wayne's been up there. I bet you he found where I crossed, and there are people that hike up there and use it. But there will be approximately about 1,700 feet of new trail being built. And we'll do that with our staff, and it'll be single track. But you can see it as those switchbacks need to be created.
And this is part of going into NEPA that's going to be looked at for wildlife or wetland and those considerations.
Yeah, the wetlands already been delineated, so you can see the wetlands on that. We're gonna miss those completely. And the wildlife has been.
And then
the wildlife has been evaluated. Yeah. There's the maps on them.
Well, we're evaluating it with the data we have to date. It'll go into the NEPA process and then be evaluated further. But yeah, the wetlands, and here the wetlands are orange. And then this is the current, oh no, that's the White River Management Area, sorry. Here's the current CPW shape file data we have for this area. So.
What does that mean? That's just like a severe winter range versus?
Basically, yeah, it's elk winter range is this teal color. Severe winter range is across the valley. It's showing up over here. The top of the pass is not mapping in any of that. The thing that maps across there is the potential for links, which is basically the whole site. So they're evaluating all that. That's part of NEPA.
And we're proposing a seasonal closure on all of that.
Right. I was hoping you could find the contractor who's going to do that underpass and ask them to do our buttermilk one. We'll give them twice as much money until we get to do buttermilk at the same time.
So, let's see, I'll get to you in a second, Michael, but I think Amy, that the open space trails needs to make a recommendation location first. So why don't you get to that, and let's hear Michael first.
Just a quick question. I've seen that parking area, the existing parking area at the bottom on 133, just beyond that, used as a shooting range. Is that just once that I happen to see it, or is that common? Wayne, do you know?
I think it's a popular recreational activity in that location. In the current, you're talking right here. Right here.
Yes. Right. Is that an issue? Is it okay?
It's definitely used occasionally as a shooting range. I wouldn't say frequently, but I've run into that same thing. I think there's just a few individuals from Marble that use that piece of national forest.
Okay.
Which is allowed. Shooting is allowed on national forest, as long as state rules and regs are followed as well.
Thank you, Shelley.
And so, so we're looking to see if the Open Space Board would recommend this change to be the preferred route for the NEPA process.
I'd be glad to make a motion to recommend that, to support this change.
Is there a second?
Second.
Awesome. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
And I know the BOCC is in a work session, but if you just give head nods, we'll be okay on that, Steve.
So, Kelly first, then George.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think, given our collective surprise at the cost, we may just need to proof that number, before proceeding on any decisions, obviously. And I recognize that this is just direction for changing the NEPA analysis, and so it's not necessary to do that at this point. But that's my caution. Thank you.
In the end, you guys will approve the budget for this, so if it goes through the roof, all bets are off.
George?
I support it again. I would search out for some faster money for this, and I think it's probably going to cost a little bit more, but it's not going to be like an underpass that we have in Basalt or the AABC. It's going to be a much simpler, probably more like the underpass in Emma, I would suspect.
Yes, George, you're right. I mean, this is a much smaller, much less excavation. They're not foreseeing, like the one in Basalt had major water issues. So, and the ABC was much bigger. So and SGM has worked on all of those. So they do have a good feel of costs. So, and there's a nice back contingency added to this. So, they felt, we pressured them because we were like, if we go through with this, you can't all of a sudden double the price. And they felt comfortable with that big contingency, so.
Craig?
Yeah, I think I would go forward to put it into NEPA. I certainly have a question mark just about this spur. It'd be great to know what the alternative is, if there is one, for grading and safety, maintaining the original alignment, just to eliminate the need for putting a new platform down there. I like doing as little as possible with new trail building in this case, but I can be for it. I think you'll be looking at that, so I would approve.
Steve?
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, I definitely say taking it off the road. That rock fall along there is extremely dangerous, and the user experience to drive along that section of road will not compare at all to putting the trail where the new blue line is. I think it's a much better idea. And the underpass, of course, is costing less because there's no major utilities there. That's the big cost of the underpasses we've had on Highway 82. And I think the one bridge across the wetlands will be pretty plain and simple. I just think it's a much better trail opportunity. So I'm definitely saying we should move forward, and it'll come back to us at the BOCC for funding. And if there's any changes after NEPA, we'll see it again.
So I have one question. Will the original red line still be alongside Highway 133, still be compared to this in the NEPA analysis? Or are we just abandoning that? It looks like we should just abandon the alignment alongside the highway, but maybe it is still analyzed in the NEPA process.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something we've been talking about internally as well. We've been waiting for this meeting before we regroup internally and switch gears and continue to move this project forward. So need to have some conversations with Lindsay and Bill and Gary and then our folks internally to talk about what we do with this red line moving forward.
So I have walked along the highway there before, and I have walked on part of the new proposed blue line before, not the entire thing, but this looks like a total win-win thing to make it a much better user experience at less cost, and I think it will make it a better project. So I'd be in favor of pursuing the, analyzing this new route. So
Okay.
I think all the commissioners are okay with moving forward with this.
Okay.
We have 10 minutes left till our break. So do we want to, we're scheduled to do a kind of an end of the year review. How do you want to handle that, Gary?
Well, let me share my screen. And hold on, give me a second. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me see if you can see this better if I do this. Do you see it better or no?
Yes.
Okay. So we're doing this quick. And so the first thing we want to do is, George, we don't have a big party with COVID, but, we really do want to thank you for 12 years of being such a huge supporter of open space and trails. We found a few good pictures of you out there. The top one is you, ribbon cutting on the first phase of the Carbon Hill to Crystal Butte Trail, the Crystal Trail. And the one below is the ribbon cutting on the Elk Park gazebo, and doing what you love, which is cross-country skiing on all our north trails. So in the end, George, I wanted to thank you. I wanted to give people a chance to say thank you. So if anybody from the Open Space Board, staff is all very, very thankful. But if anyone from the Open Space Board wants to, I'm kind of popping it on them, but if anyone wants to share anything, I really do appreciate your years of service on the board.
I would certainly echo that, Gary. I think, George, it's been great to work with you over the years, both on this board and just knowing your involvement through the years. Just that I've been in the community over 20 years, and it's the dedication that you have to the trails and to the community is just really awesome and very much appreciated. So thank you so much for all that you do, not just on the board, but in the community in general. It's been really a pleasure to work with you and just great to see all the pieces and parts that you emit yourself in, which is great.
I'll echo that. Thanks, George.
Yeah, George, keep on skiing, but just don't disappear into the sunset. Make sure you come back.
Well, thank you all. I'll just have to say, and it's no surprise that we're so fortunate to have such a great open space and trails program that's been supported time and again by our voters. And it's so unique, and it's provided so many different opportunities throughout the years. It's just been a pleasure for me to be involved with the program, help staff forge partnerships, whether it's with the city of Aspen or town of Snowmass Village or Eagle County or town of Basalt, to get so many of these parcels protected. So it's been a real pleasure. So carry on.
Thank you. Cool. Well, thank you, George. And then going into more of 2020, it was, COVID made it, the plague was crazy, but we were able to do some impressive acquisitions this year. And I thank you guys for really supporting all these. And, the Thompson Creek Ranch Reserve is a spectacular, it's just amazing in the Thompson Divide area what you can do up there. And, in Lead King Basin, we got some lovely little mining claims out of the way. We adopted the coke ovens. Cora May was a mining claim. The big one we're still working on, coming, I promise, is Sunfire Ranch. And these are legacy properties. It's just amazing. And, with Sunfire Ranch, their commitment to local agriculture and to the future, is really goes along with our local ag. Our Two Roots Farm and Lazy Glen, it's just been amazing to watch how the local farming community has really kind of taken off. And, I do thank you guys all for prioritizing that because it's great. Resource management wise, it was a long time ago, but we did that Crystal River stream bank restoration. Huge success. It was really impressive. That was a total bioengineering restoration project, and it looks great. I mean, it came out great. We didn't even have to repave the trail in that section, and it's really kind of a model that we'd like to use for other areas on the Crystal, but also as we start looking to areas along the Roaring Fork and other streams, bioengineering this and not just dumping a bunch of rocks or marble is a much better way to stabilize streams. So it's been a huge piece, and I'm very happy to say so far it's been really successful. We also did the restoration at North Star. People don't really see that, but we plugged one of the old drainage ditches that used to drain those wetlands, and we forever plugged it, and it looks great, and we'll keep those wetlands back there, as full as they can naturally be. And also, we took out some of the ponds on Brush Creek. I bet you some people have been seeing that if you go into Snowmass Village. We took out 2 of the lower ponds and we're restoring them. The upper pond is used for irrigation, so that'll remain. But, the lower 2 are illegal, and we've been working on getting rid of those for a long time. And so, maintenance. When COVID hit, one of the big things is people wanted to get outside. Ski areas were closed. What could we do to help? So we decided to start plowing the trails. And that really facilitated people being able to get out during a really difficult time for lockdown and stuff. We started sweeping and plowing and repairing and getting everything in shape. We do a lot of different repairs. You can see a couple of bridges. And Prince Creek was just on the trail pieces that we continue to go and do. And on the front lines, this year, COVID, our ranger department, I mean, the amount of use that we saw, between 50, 150, 200% increase in use on trails, our ranger department and our maintenance department did an incredible job of dealing with that increase of use, trying to deal with social distancing, mask wearing, getting signage up, And then, you know, all the other things that we got done this year in the planning and outreach, there's a few more out there, but we kept the Emmett Town Site Committee going, and we're getting closer to providing recommendations on that. We installed solar at Lazy Glen, that's all up, and we had an osprey rescue. Due to the camera, we found, you know, we saw, and the public saw a hook in one of the fledgling, not yet a fledgling, one of the babies had a hook totally tied to it. And Curtis Tesh, Holy Cross was awesome. They came over and they got him up there, and he got the hook out. So we saved one of the osprey chicks, and it fledged, and no problem. So pretty cool stuff. And I think that's it. So overall, I mean, you know, we also did the update to the North Star Management Plan. We just did the update to the Glacier Management Plan. So for us, I really thank my staff. They've been very adaptive in a very unusual year. And, you know, and I give a lot of credit to the Open Space Board, because you guys have dealt with how many months of virtual meetings, and almost all of them went off without a hitch. And you guys have been great to work with. And overall, I'm pretty looking forward to what's going to go on in 2021. And we're pretty much, you know, we love working for the community. The community has been great. It's definitely a challenge, always, what you're going to see next. And we'll see what happens next year with COVID and everything else. But we're looking forward to working with new commissioners. Well, Greg's not new, but he will start his new term, but also with Francie and Steve. And so overall, we're pretty excited. We got a lot of good stuff coming, and you guys did a great job on, you know, bonding at the right time. And now we have some funds available to really move forward and protect the last critical places in Pickens County and the Valley. So thank you all, and thank you again, George. Anyone want to add anything, or with that, I'm done.
I'd like to mention a couple of things. First of all, a shout out. I participated in a barbed wire removal project up on Sky Mountain Park with Wilderness Workshop members, and there were only 5 of us up there working, but we did about a half a mile of wire that was not needed for any other purpose, and it made it so much better for the wildlife up there. Let's see, I'm really glad to see the work on the cheatgrass control project on Redline Point. I'm anxious to see how that works. It'll be interesting. I guess we won't know till next summer how the treatment worked on that one specific one. And I have a question about, you built a new fence on the, I think it was on the Thompson Divide property, and it said a new 5 barbed wire fence that was built to replace an old fence. And I'm just curious about, now maybe you made it a lay-down fence for wildlife, but if it's a 5 barbed wire fence, it would not be a wildlife-friendly fence. Are you familiar with that fence, and why was a 5 wire fence put in?
Yes, and so, you know, when we replaced an old fence, and it's still a cattle pasture, and that's what, you know, Bill wanted, like our lessee, and we worked with our lessee on that. I don't know if you know, anyone else is on this, but I do know that it was, you know, we did do, it's not 5 barbed wires. There's 2 smooth wire things on that, on the top and the bottom, and the middle 3 are barbed. So we try to make it as wildlife friendly as we could possibly make it, with also being able to hold in those cows. So it wasn't totally 100% a barbed wire on wildlife friendly fence.
Well, I'm glad to hear with the top and bottom wires being smooth. That makes it way more wildlife friendly just to start with. And my experience is if a cow really wants to get through any fence, they're going to get through it anyhow. And we just quit building 5-wire fence. You don't need more than a 4-wire fence, so it surprised me that they did 5 wires. But anyhow, I'm glad it's partially wildlife friendly. So I don't want to dwell on that anymore, but I thought that was interesting. Anyone else? George?
Yeah, just as you mentioned, Sky Mountain Park, I think we're all sorry to hear the passing of Art Daly. He was certainly a strong supporter of our open space from the city and the county. And it should be noted that when we were trying to close on Sky Mountain Park and we were in this constant impasse with the Drosties, and even the realtor never really thought that we were serious about purchasing Sky Mountain Pass from the Drosties. We were at the end of the year, the last week in December, trying to get this deal done, and we were sort of at an impasse. And we brought in Art Daly. We actually John Ely and myself and Art Daly and the Drosty. We met over in Art's office. And Art really facilitated and mediated the ability for us to move forward. And without Art's intervention in that and his support, we were able to close Sky Mountain Pass, I think, like on December 30th. So Art can be remembered for many, many things, but certainly one thing that stands out for me was his involvement in the purchase of Sky Mountain Park.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, that's awesome, George. Greg?
Yeah, just looking back at, there's so much that open space has accomplished in the few decades that they've been around. And I just have to say it's one of the things I'm most proud about in our county as a representative for the county. And the first thing I'll brag about is open space. What an incredible program, and that you're all handling it, running it so well, and you're accomplishing incredible feats with it. So kudos to everybody, and my sincere gratitude. And I think everybody in this community is so proud of all the work you're doing and continue to do. And I can't wait to see what develops next.
Thanks, Greg. I'd continue on that and kind of on the year-end review theme, just of being appreciative of certainly all of the board members from the open space piece. I appreciate all of the collaboration and pivoting to do Zoom calls all year, which is great. And certainly all of our collaboration with you all on the county commissioner side. It's been really nice and seamless to be able to have these discussions and meetings go off basically without a hitch, and just all, like you said, that we have been able to accomplish this past year has been great. That everybody is so flexible and able to just accommodate all of the different things that we've had to accommodate just with COVID and other pieces, but that we've all been able to continue to move forward and make these great strides and have this long list of accomplishments that Gary has kind of thrown out there for the year. And it's impressive. And if anyone knew, kind of the behind the scenes pieces that all staff has to go through to get us to these accomplishments, as well as kind of what's on our future plate, is really just a lot of hard work, which has really been appreciated, I'd say, from our side. So, happy that we've been able to get through this year, and certainly looking forward to next year. And, maybe at some point we'll see each other in person again, other than maybe passing on the trails. But,
Steve, I had one more thing. For us, it's going to be a goodbye. Lindsay is moving on, and she's moving to a different country and to Australia. And so we're going to lose her in March. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And we are going to promote Jesse from within, and we're going to hire a new senior planner we're already moving forward with that, so I wanted to let you guys know because it is out there in the public to hire a new senior planner. And so I will miss Lindsay. She's been a great asset to this program. These planning processes have improved immensely under her 11 years with the program. But I just want to let you all know that she is going to be moving on. And, you know, I always like to make someone cry on these things. So anyway, thank you, Lindsay. You don't have to speak if you don't want. But
Sorry, we're going to lose you, Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay, you'll be sorely missed, but certainly it sounds like you have a pretty amazing opportunity going to Australia, and gosh, all the hard work that you've put in, you know, just for this program is really astonishing and super fun. Thank you for everything and being such a great advocate. I mean, everybody has fantastic things to say about you whenever you lead meetings, and they're always so appreciative, and obviously, likewise, so are we, because we wouldn't be here nearly at all in the place that we are without a lot of your hard work. So it's really awesome. Best of luck in your next journey. You just have to keep us posted.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not crying, but I love what I do, so thank you guys.
Well, that took my breath away, that learning Lindsay's moving on. Good luck, Lindsay, in Australia. I look forward to hearing what you're going to be up to there. Thank you so much for all the great projects that you have put so much into here. It's made this county a better place for everybody, and your work is totally appreciated. So I think we're at the end of our joint meeting here. The commissioners are taking up at 2 o'clock for our continuing our work session. So we have a lunch break right now. Thank you, Open Space and Trails Board and staff members from OST for the update today. It's good to see everything that's going on. We'll have no end to work next year, I can tell right now.
yes. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Do we have a motion to adjourn the Open Space and Trails meeting?
So move.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great.
Okay.
Thanks again, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
And we're keeping this link. We'll be back in an hour on this link.
That's
I think.
correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg. This is a work session of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County. And I have, I'm here in the meeting room with staff, and on Zoom meeting, we have Steve Child, Chairman, Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair, George Newman, and Greg Postman. So I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Steve to run it from the comfort of his home in Old Snowmass.
Thanks, Betty. Self-isolating, I had the COVID test done yesterday, so I'm in isolation right now. Presuming it's going to be negative, but you never know. So this afternoon we have, first thing coming up is a presentation from CORE on a project called Imagine Climate. And Cindy Hubin, you're the one down to present this, so welcome, Cindy. Welcome, Mona and Laura from CORE also.
Great. Thank you, Steve. I'm Cindy Hubin, Community Development Director, and I am here with Mona and Laura from CORE. And you said this is a special request of CORE in order to get some public outreach about climate action through art. And with that being said, I'm going to hand it over, I believe, to Laura, who is doing the presentation for you today to talk about what the art project is about. And the request of the board is for some financial assistance of up to about $1,500. And we can talk about that at the end of the report if you like, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I'm Laura Whitley, Content and Creative Strategy Director at CORE, and I would like permission to share my screen, please. Do I have permission from the group? I'm getting to sort of a lock wall here when I try to do that.
Yes, you do.
So is there a password I should be entering in?
No, there's no password.
Okay. It seems to be stuck. I'm being asked for a username and a password to share my computer audio and to install the Zoom audio device, which I've never run into before.
That's different than screen sharing.
Yeah, on our end, we can see that you've started screen sharing, but it's blank.
Okay, great. All right.
There you go.
It's okay. Okay. All good? Can you see a photograph from the moon?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, that's good now.
Okay. 52 years ago, almost to the day, astronaut Bill Anders took this picture from the first crewed spacecraft to circumnavigate the moon, the Apollo 8 mission. For the first time, residents of planet Earth saw their home from afar. Earthrise, as this photograph is known, is credited with starting the modern environmental movement and is a testament to the power of art. I'm here today to talk to you about how CORE is strategically using art as a tool for social change, and to ask you to renew your support for Imagine Climate. It's the one month of the year where CORE steps out of our technical box to engage our community in a new way. I hope to present a project that Pitkin County wants to be a part of. You will be in good company, standing with your peers. You will be supporting regional climate action. You will be facilitating social equity in the Valley, and you will be continuing Pitkin County's long history of innovation. But before I do, I want to address a question you might be asking. What business does an energy nonprofit like CORE have in the art space? The answer is one of strategy. We start with our mission to lead the upper Roaring Fork Valley to a carbon-free net zero energy future. We state a goal, catalyze climate conversations and action, and then identify a strategy, use art as a tool for social change. If we realize our strategy well, we will realize our goal. And if we do that well, we'll move toward our mission. Just a moment as I flip does this work? Art, I mean. It's highly visual. It harnesses emotion, opening us up to new ideas and new possibilities. That attracts new audiences, including the media, which gives us a platform to talk about climate change and specifically to drive climate action. This particular image you see here is an example. It was 2017. It was CORE's first foray into art. It's called the Snow Drawing. You might recognize this meadow of Ashcroft. This was a landscape scale work of art that used community volunteers and snowshoes to demonstrate, physically and artistically demonstrate, that each individual step has a collective imprint. This environmental art project cost $5,000, but reaped $47,000 in local media coverage with our own climate messages. That's a return on investment of 840%. Since 2017, we have been introducing maybe once or twice a year one-off programs in different art mediums, from hip hop to film to live storytelling. Some of you may know the Roaring Stories event that we partner with at ACES. And we got phenomenal results. In the case of Roaring Stories, selling out every year. So for CORE's, in 2019, for CORE's 25th anniversary, we created a month-long program and named it Imagine Climate. This month had 4 different programs: a public art installation, a visual art show, a creative conversation, and a film program. And at each event, we have an engagement station. The goal is to drive action, connecting to CORE's carbon reduction programs. At any given event, 25 to 50% of participants engage at our table. And what our staff has noticed is much deeper conversations after they have experienced some form of climate art. Of those who participated, 69% were new to CORE this year. And that is one of our goals, to engage more people. In 2020, in the 2 weeks before that Imagine Climate was happening, before the lockdowns stopped, we were we had 2 events where participants pledged 185 actions that projected 650 metric tons of avoided carbon emissions. This project gets support and resonates not only with our participants, but with our community. We have wide community support. These are the folks who've signed on with us in 2020, and we're seeing the same level of response. So far, 100% yes to every partner we ask. And the idea is this: if you want to get beyond the choir, you have to get out of the church. So we do this by building unexpected partnerships in art, literature, religion, mental health, hospitality, the environment. You may have seen our climate billboard project this March in Aspen, Snowmass, Basalt, and Carbondale. Every year we have a headline event as part of Imagine Climate, and this was it. These were 4 billboards painted with ink made from upcycled carbon emissions. And it set the groundwork for an entire month of art meets science programming. I am ready to share with you the big idea for this year. Please enjoy this 5-minute video. There probably will be an ad.
Is this the video with no sound? We seem to have trouble with videos and sound.
No sound.
We seem to have problems getting sound on our videos, so that's why we generally don't show videos.
I'm sorry, is there something that I should know?
No, it's just the technology for some reason doesn't allow us to have sound with videos. We have not been able to figure it out.
Oh.
Is that true? I'm not sure. Is that always true?
Well, every video we've tried to watch hasn't had sound, so we can look at the pictures.
Let me see if I can run it and give you a little narration. Just a moment. Let me turn down my audio. So, well, I'm not sure. I'm going to try my best. If it doesn't work, we'll bail, and I'll walk you through it. Okay, so what you've seen in the beginning is a French artist named J.R. And he is a street artist. And he won the TED Prize in 2011. And he got to express his wish of how he could change the world. And his idea was to bring photography to communities. So my name is J.R., an artist. There's two ways of thinking of my work. The easy way is to think I'm just papering walls, but he believes his work is about connecting people. It's the power of bringing people together. He wanted to do art projects with the community, but he realized that the community wanted to do art projects even more than he wanted to. The wish is pretty simple. You just send us a request for a group action of where you can put your photos up, whatever you believe in. And we take those photos and we process them. Every day I take photos. We see rolls leaving all around the world, these art projects. I think I'm gonna, so if you guys will bear with me, it turns out live translation is not part of my skill set. And that was frying my brain trying to listen to him and translate to you. So let me see if I can walk you through it. This internationally famous street artist, J.R., photography-based, he has projects all over the world in which he takes photographs, large-scale photographs of portraits of people, often marginalized groups or invisible groups, or people who just don't have enough representation. And he has traveled the world doing this, but now he wants the community to be able to do it on their own. And so he has invited people to submit what they call a group project, a group action. And if you have a cause that you want to stand up for, then you sign on, as CORE has with his team. Our project is called Stories of Climate Change, Historias del Cambio Climático. And the idea, and these are mock-ups of the CMC buildings in Aspen and Carbondale, is to paint a diverse and compelling portrait of climate change in the Valley that includes everyone, achieving true representation of our community and bringing new people into the climate conversation to drive action. This project is proposed for March of 2021. And the idea is to meet at the intersection of climate change, social equity, and even the pandemic, since this art installation, which is regional, goes across 3 counties, Aspen, Carbondale, and Glenwood Springs, cannot be canceled. People will be able to visit it even if they come on their own or see it from a car. And we hope through this to demonstrate that climate change knows no boundaries and that the health of our planet not only affects all of us, it unites all of us. And there are many people who are not being represented in this movement who we want to give a chance to shine, so that we have a commitment that the portraits on the walls, people self-select for this, by the way, we're not cherry picking them, will match up with the population demographics of our community. If you sign on to join us, you will be in good company. These are the 2021 partners who've confirmed so far, and those who are reviewing the proposals in front of them. Here are the benefits of using art for social change: supporting regional climate action, facilitating diversity, equity, and inclusion, continuing Pitkin County's long history of innovation, providing art and science programming, free, all access, fostering climate literacy and leadership, and developing public-private partnerships. That presentation was a lot shorter than I anticipated. I'm used to the video telling the story for me, so I'm happy to entertain any questions. Or Mona, if you've seen this presentation a lot, if there's anything you feel like I missed over I could go into more depth with, I'd be happy to have some prompts, since we don't have the visuals.
If I could add just a couple of things, and I think Laura stated it pretty well, but just to emphasize that this is a pretty major effort that we're embarking on this year in 2021. And with that, we've invited more partners probably than we have in the past, more major partners, I think, than we have in the past. And Pitkin County you participated last year in our 2020 program and helped to support one of the 4 events that we held in February, and one was dealing with mental health. We don't have a specific efforts during Imagine Climate in 2021. We're in the process of developing how we are going to engage with the public in this and beyond the big exhibits on buildings and the stories, but we will also be having some very specific climate action events, because as she mentioned, this is not just a way for us to tell our story and engage people in their stories. It's an opportunity for us to engage people in climate action. And as you know, that's really what CORE is all about, is carbon reduction throughout the valley, helping people reduce carbon emissions and reach goals that the communities have set. So I think that's just what I would add with this. So, yeah.
So
do you all have any questions? Yeah.
I did watch the video this morning, the JR's video, saw the whole thing.
Okay.
They use the van they drive around to a location and then people come in and get their pictures taken, but you don't have that van available. How are you planning on taking people's pictures and getting them on the big posters?
That's a great question. I'm glad you pointed that out, because we have sort of stepped right over the van because of the pandemic. So gathering people, we're collecting 200 portraits and stories, very important. There's audio portraits to go along. Is not safe right now. And so we have an advisory council of 24 people, including a photo team and an audio team. And with their guidance, we have created a self-submission method, which we're developing this week, actually, online. So the main thing is that it's very simple, all being able to executed within your phone. We also, the second piece that's really big is outreach, in order to make sure that we have equitable representation, and we are inviting as many people as we possibly can. Is that our partners on this form our advisory council, and then we have another layer of ally organizations. So we'll be pushing this out right after the holidays to invite everybody to participate. What we want is people to self-identify with this project.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll keep talking. No one else is raising their hand. I'm already going, Greg. I'm on a roll. So I really am glad to see that this is a way to have outreach into the minority populations here, to recognize, because oftentimes the minority populations in the United States are the ones that are the most impacted by climate change because of the neighborhoods they live in, the kind of jobs they have. They're getting overwhelmed with the most pollution because of living near factories or working in factories, or different things like that. So I'm really glad to see that this is an outreach to bring in a lot of the Latino population into the climate change discussion, because it affects everybody, and you're recognizing that and reaching out to them. So yeah, kudos to CORE for doing that. Greg.
Yeah, hi. Thanks again. Thanks. I've seen Laura's presentation also. I guess my biggest question, and is what I posed last time, was how will you define success and how will you measure success of this program?
Oh, gosh, I'm so glad you asked, but please hang tight while I look something up, because when we gathered the advisory council, the very first meeting we had was how do we define success? And I have a document that I'd like to refer to because I don't have it memorized. You can just bear with me for a sec. Sorry, it's taking me a little longer to navigate. It's probably because what happens when you're searching through your files on a Zoom meeting that's being recorded. Okay, so I'm going to start with a little bit of narrative, and then we're going to get into some numbers. So we will know we achieved success with this program when we achieve true representation of our community, equal to the diversity ratio of the Valley in all aspects of the project, including visioning, planning, hiring, recruitment, outreach, promotional channels, subjects, and presentation. We know we will achieve success when we paint a diverse and compelling portrait of climate change in the Valley through portraits. We know we will achieve success when we bring people into the climate discussion who otherwise would not have participated. We know we will achieve success when we catalyze new climate conversations and action through substantive and meaningful programs in support of the exhibition. So now let's get into some of those numbers. Just a moment. I'm looking at another document here. I want to be able to cite the numbers and not have them be off the cuff. And it looks like I'm going for off the cuff because the number's not right at my fingertips. So let me go back. We want to have 200 subjects from the community, 400 folks who participate with us. We anticipate that 750,000 people will see this. And I wish I could remember the figure, but we want, I believe it was 400 actions we want taken that translate into 3,000 metric tons of potential avoided carbon. Okay, I feel confident those are the numbers, even though I had to pull them out of my brain, not a document. George, oh, not my meeting.
George?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thanks. You know, nonprofits in general are, we look towards nonprofits as a catalyst for change. And CORE is certainly a great example in our community as a catalyst for change. Ever since the inception of CORE, that organization has tried to find new and innovative ways to elicit, to encourage, to educate our community on ways to save energy, to look towards renewables, and now with the new mission is to reduce our carbon emissions. And so, you know, this is really an example of blending art with science. And I think that by doing that, CORE is going to be able to reach, as Laura has stated, a much broader audience than just those who are looking for specific home audits or home projects. So it's a great project. It's the third year or the fourth year now, the third year in pursuing these ideas, utilizing art, and it has engaged and it has been successful in bringing more people into the understanding and participation in addressing climate change. So I think it's a great program, and we should join our partners and to continue to support it.
So there was discussion about where the $1,500 would come from in our packet. One suggestion, I mean, it suggested coming from the core, from the REMP fund, or it could just come from our discretionary fund, which actually we are coming to the end of the year now, and we have a discretionary fund that we like to spend on worthy causes. So this could be one of the things that we could use that money for at this point. I'm totally in favor of supporting this project. You know, it's a different form of outreach for CORE than the traditional kind of things that you did in the past. But I think this could be highly effective for reaching a new part of the population and getting them engaged in this. So any thoughts from the board on how the $1,500 contribution, George?
Yeah, I just wonder, Cindy or Phyllis, because this will be our third year, how have we done this in the past?
I believe that it's been from your discretionary funds, and in a short conversation with John Peacock yesterday, I believe he's more comfortable with it coming from that fund versus the REMP funds. And I'm sorry I don't have the background on that, but it might be more appropriate for us to use discretionary funds in this case.
Yeah, we also have another fund that we have we have money aside for special projects as well, but I don't know whether we really tapped into it this year, but it's quite a lot of money, much more than in the discretionary fund.
George, I don't know of a special projects fund. I'd have to look that up, or at least ask Connie, because Connie will always know.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, you know, I'd like to make sure if it came out of discretionary fund the last 2 years, but this year, my feeling for the discretionary fund is to give it to those in need of food, shelter. We're going to have that discussion, I think, next Tuesday, on our uses of our discretionary fund. We have a lot of different needs this year, and I think for me that rises to the top of the use of our discretionary funds is to help support the food programs we have in the valley, rent assistance, whatever we can do. I'm not sure how much money we have left in the fund, but I'd like to find another, if the board is going to support moving this forward, I'd like to find another way to fund it than use the discretionary fund for the needs that have arisen out of COVID.
Phyllis, I would like to say that if you're looking for those funds, Pitkin County was a sponsor in 2020, but we didn't come with an ask in 2019, so you don't have to go back 2 years.
Okay, so board, first question, just is everyone in agreement with supporting this project? I certainly am. And if you're in favor of it, then we can figure out where we're going to get the money from. It's $1,500. It's not huge. It's a drop in the bucket compared to our budget. Greg?
Yeah, I will support it. My biggest concern is actually understanding what effect this is going to have. I have to say I'm skeptical, and I think it's good to be skeptical in every case, really. So I'm going to be looking for actual, real information on how many hearts and minds this has actually changed. There's so much going on out there. It would be so easy to notice it, but not take action. Does that count as a positive? And I've had this conversation with Laura. I don't need to go into it again. But I would support it, but I also agree with Patty. I'm hoping we can find the money in some other location, because I am too concerned about jobs and rent and food. And I want to make sure that people know that we're thinking about that as well as we decide to fund this.
Steve?
One thing I noticed, Laura, is that this is more than just the posters with the people's pictures. There's a whole part about, film and music, musical performances. It's a series of events you're running over about a 3 or 4 week period. It's not just one.
That's correct. It's a month of programming for the month of March, which was selected intentionally when high season meets what we have seen recently, receding winter, so that any person who's outside is noticing perhaps, we hope not, but perhaps that there's not as much snow as there was last winter, at the same time that they're finding it on all channels that this programming is happening. So other programs that we have in the works and all of these are designed right now to be online or self-serve, if you will. So there's no public in-person gatherings suggested. The first one is a multimedia concert by, I just don't know if I'm allowed to say the name out loud, a national multimedia composer and hip hop artist who uses sounds from nature, such as on Arctic missions he's been on, glacial missions, forests, etc., to create compositions, and that will be done with live musicians and recorded and streamed. What we plan to do at that time, and I invite anybody who is in this meeting on this board to join us, to Greg's point, in an engagement meeting that we're planning for this month to figure out how to answer your question, Greg, based on history we have, but COVID reality. But we have ideas such as scavenger hunt or bingo games that drive people to visit the different installations and then to specific action steps they can take. And not only us, but to CLEAR, who will be representing action in Garfield County. We're also in conversations with TACA and with 5 Point Film to have a climate soundtrack for the month and to have a film list for the month. There are 2 visual art exhibitions that are being done by other organizations. CMC is planning one called Regeneration, Imagining the Future, and we're also partnering with Carbondale Arts and CU Boulder on a visual art show at the Launchpad. I think I covered it.
Kelly?
Yeah, I would just like to say that I think, art is a really important part of social and political movements. And we know that we have some political imbalances of power in our community and in our valley about how to address climate change. And so, I think this is meaningful for that purpose and for the reach that it will extend to where we have some political disagreements over how to deal with climate change. And since this is, perhaps this is the board's biggest policy priority, I think it is appropriate to fund this and to fund it from the discretionary fund. I'm less tied to where the money comes from. If staff has an alternative idea about that we can revisit, but I would like to support this. I do support it coming from the discretionary fund, and we can talk more about that in the next week or 2.
Steve?
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Patty?
Yeah, as always, I don't vote in a work session, but I would like to direct staff to look at a way to fund this. I am not going to support it if it comes out of the discretionary fund. I feel that strongly about that money being used for the needs that have arisen out of the COVID-19 pandemic. That, to me, is kind of boosted ourselves above any of our priorities we set at the beginning of last year. We didn't anticipate in March we'd be shutting down this community. We don't know what's going to happen between now and this next March. And I think the money in our discretionary fund should go to those issues and concerns. I think we can find another way to fund it. So I would like to, in my position, I'd like to direct staff to come back with us with a different method of funding, and then the appropriate avenue in which we would move it forward at a regular meeting if we needed to do a budget supplemental, so we could definitely move it forward after the first of the year, probably.
Okay, any other commissioner comments at this time? We need to be moving on. George?
No, just to piggyback on Patty, it seems like we could just have staff bring this forward as a budget supplemental. It's such a small amount that seems to be a quick and easy way to accomplish this. So we'll leave that in staff's hands to toss that idea around.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I know we can come up with the money. I think we need to support this. This is like, supporting climate action is the most important thing we can really do right now, because that impacts everything else that's happening here. So, thanks for the presentation. I'm sorry we didn't get to see the whole show the little video and stuff, Laura, but all of us, we have the link. You can go and look at that yourself online.
Thank you very much.
Phyllis?
Steve, logistically, so we can do a budget supplemental first quarter, but just wanted to know when funding is needed to move this.
First quarter would be just fine.
Okay, thank you.
I prefer to have money before we start a program. But we know where to find y'all.
You know where we work.
Mona?
I just want to say thank you so much for supporting this. And I hope that every one of you will participate in our project and add your portrait and your story, because we know that you're all such supporters of climate action and takers of climate action as well. So thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll follow up.
Good to see all of you.
Bye.
Okay, moving on to our next item is our annual, this is an annual happening now, ESPN Winter X Games.
It's been continued.
So we have a couple of guests.
No, it's been continued until the 15th. They withdrew it and they're going to bring it back on Tuesday the 15th at our regular meeting. Is that correct, Phyllis?
Yeah. Okay, I didn't get that much.
I see Suzanne shaking her head. Yeah.
You want me to? Hi, everybody. Yes, we had planned to discuss this today, anticipating that ESPN would have heard from the state on their mitigation plan. That has not yet happened, so they asked to delay your discussion until next week. So there is time on your work session next week that's been set aside for this, at which time the ESPN representatives will be available to attend. Tiffany from Public Health is also on the meeting. If you want an update from her, but last I knew, we're still waiting to hear from the state. So I don't know if there's any additional information there at this point.
Okay. Thanks for that update, and that makes this afternoon shorter, I guess.
Great.
So, moving on to the next thing then, we have COVID-19 communications, and we have had some guests on to talk about that too. So, Phyllis, you're the staff person whose name is down. I'll pass it on to you.
Isn't next future agendas?
Oh, it is future agendas.
Since we have our guests here, can we move ahead and do future agendas after? Would that be appropriate?
Whatever.
That's what I would do. They're already here. Yeah, Tracy and Rachel are here. We're all set to go. Let's do that first.
Great. Steve, thanks for having us, and actually BOCC for having us here. I love how he thinks he's going to gain time, and then you put communications people on, because we really have quite a bit to talk about. Really, we're here today to kind of share with you an update on how the COVID communications response is going on. I think it's important to share with you kind of how the communications team is being built out, or has been being built out and evolving. So there's clearly a public information officer side of what the COVID communications team is doing. That's a lot of media relations, community meetings, stakeholder engagement and relations. Then there's a whole marketing side to what we've started to do, and we're going to really show a lot of that to you in a deck that we're going to put here shortly. So that's a lot of the campaigns, and we'll talk a little bit about the tools we're using as a communications team. And then there's the community engagement side, which really ties in the community liaison group, and there's a lot of common needs around what they're doing, so we're there supporting that. And I am really excited to be here today with Rachel Brenneman. Rachel and I are kind of, I would say, extension of staff to Pitkin County. You know, we've been brought on to help keep the strategic part of what we're doing for communications alive, and we also kind of dig in and get our hands in there. But I'd be remiss by not mentioning how we are supported by, I think, some of the most tremendous people on the planet, which is your Pitkin County staff, which is Phyllis is here. She keeps us all in line. But who's not here is Kara and Charlotte and Michaela and Carrie and the BITS team that always helps us get things done, Larissa, Lindsay, and Tiffany from the public health team. It's just remarkable to me about how they're doing a lot of their other jobs and also COVID communication. So I just wanted to really start with that point of the conversation. So with that, we're going to go ahead and give our presentation, then we'll open up to question and answer. And so Rachel's going to pop up our deck, and I see Terry Anderson is supporting us today. Terry, we have a couple of videos we want to show that's part, but does it sound like there might have been issues with running video here, or not really?
That's correct, Tracy. I've contacted Andrew to see what the resolution will be on that, but as for now, we don't have audio.
Got it. Rachel thought there's something, yeah, you have to check to get audio to work on the Zoom platform, but if we can't get to that, we'll bring that back to you another time. So, all right, we're going to roll right into this. Rachel, do you want to go to the next slide? Great. Rachel, I'm going to let you kick this off.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for having me. You may recognize me from some of the census work I've done, but I'm really pleased to be part of the Pitkin County COVID comms team. So here on the screen, you will see kind of the 4 areas that we have been focusing on, more kind of on this marketing and engagement side that Tracy was talking about. Redesigning the website, the newsletter, campaign, advertising campaigns, as well as social media. And this shows you the impact of everything we're doing. I think when I came on about 3.5 months ago, I was like, wow, you guys are doing an incredible job, but let's amp it up. Let's turn up the volume a little bit and make sure that that message is getting out a little bit more broadly. So the website, for instance, we did a little bit of a redesign in talking to people and getting feedback from the community liaison team. Businesses were saying, well, we're looking for XYZ, and we're like, well, it's on the website. And so said, we're looking for XYZ, but it's on the website. So we just did a little reconfiguring of the website, bit of a visual redesign, and the traffic has increased almost 350% in the last 8 weeks. So that's a super exciting stat. I know that we're coming into our busy season, so that's a little bit expected, but those numbers were pretty profound. The newsletter, we're doing a newsletter, the Response and Recovery newsletter once a week. It goes out on Tuesdays, and we are growing that subscriber base slowly but surely. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute.
And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the advertising campaigns. Hopefully you have seen the increase in print advertising we've been doing around, the particular campaigns will rule out the flu, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and we will be rolling holiday, or it started to roll this week. But you can see here on the slide, and we'll share the deck with whoever needs it to go into these numbers in more depth. But you're starting to see us in a lot more places, digital advertising, a lot more PSA work. Just, again, Rachel really brought some systems on place to help us get a little more efficient around how we're doing this. And then social media, again, we've got Sandra Story. I forgot to mention Sandra Story and Audrey Bowman have been supporting the social media strategy. We started out just as an organic channel, but we are adding a lot more paid to play kind of social information out. And it's kind of hard anymore to go, if you're going to go shop or look at your Facebook feed, not to see one of our posts end up there at some point. So, all right, Rachel, I think we can take the next slide.
Yeah, so the Rule Out the Flu campaign was one of the first campaigns we did this fall. And it was really about how do we get out the message about getting a flu shot during a pandemic. And in working with the group, really talked about how similar the symptoms were between flu and COVID. And so wanting to not have that potential scare of having COVID by getting a flu shot. So we worked with Sandy Felici and her team to do all of the outreach that you're seeing on the right here, English and Spanish across lots of digital and print channels. And like all of our campaigns, the call to action was pickencounty.com/flu. So we have this landing page on the website. I like to call the website kind of our the mothership, right? So if you're doing social media, or you're doing a newsletter, or you're doing print, or you're doing digital advertising, all of that comes back to the website, which will give people further information. In this instance, it was about flu vaccine locations and where to go. Again, Spanish as well as English.
So I'm going to talk about the Halloween campaign that we did, where we used kind of a little bit of a play on what was happening with our numbers rising. And one of the things that's interesting is that we've got a really strong relationship statewide with other counties, and we've all been sharing ideas and information, and we're just kind of bringing it to Pickens County and making it our own. So you can see, again, Spooky ran quite a few ads in the paper. We got a lot of digital, and like 20,000 impressions on that campaign. And then there's, again, about 4,500 impressions on paid social media. And Rachel, next slide can just show you some more of what that creative was. So really eye-popping, and just trying to get people, everything we can do to get your attention. We recognize people are getting fatigued with the COVID conversation, so we just kept trying to find new ways to hit them in the heartstrings somewhere. Next one, I think, is Thanksgiving.
Same thing, and I think Tracy brings up a great point of this idea of like, the comms team is kind of an interpreter, you know what I mean? Like public health has their guidance and kind of the rules. They're kind of the cops per se, with the regulatory information and language, and it's very, very government feeling. And so the comms team, we've really been specific about, let's take that language, let's take that message per se, and put it into something that might actually resonate with somebody. Give it some good visuals, put a little bit of emotion behind it, and what's gonna enact people to change. Because at the end of the day, we're really asking people for behavior change. So we had a series of Thanksgiving campaign ads. A couple of them are shown here. Give Thanks at Home. Again, that was in print, digital, social, and then on our paid social as well as our organic channels. And Cook for 4, not 12. Keep gatherings to your household only. And our tagline is Spread Holiday Cheer, not COVID-19. And that will wrap into the holiday campaign as well.
And you'll kind of see the look and feel stays the same, just again with a different message. And one of the things we've really tried to do is, instead of always being no, you can't, we've been trying to offer other ideas to think about how to, survive and still flourish in this COVID world. And we know holidays is a big deal. We're changing up what people are used to doing, which is gathering. I mean, it's probably one of the toughest messages to break down and say, you just need to do it in a different way. So the holiday campaign, we don't have the numbers obviously because it's just started to roll out, but a lot of time, a lot of good brainstorming amongst the entire team about how to get some messages out there that will resonate with folks. On the bottom of the slide, these also are kind of the order in which things roll. A lot of times our campaigns will have some kind of press release that will launch it with then all the other pieces of the campaigns going out. But we're trying to make sure we're hitting on all our channels.
Working closer and closer with the Community Liaison Department of, or group of public health. And so, the comms team is really in charge of kind of the broad-based public message and the media stuff, whereas the public health channels, especially through community liaisons, go to all of their sector emails. They go to the schools, they go to all of the businesses and some of their partners. So we're really working to tap into our networks, and so the message gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time a campaign happens. So we're really working on our internal processes to streamline that.
So this is something we're excited to share with you, because I know that probably last time I updated you, we kept saying there's the human side to COVID, that how do we get those stories out? So we recognized our team was just buried in the day-to-day kind of messaging, and worked with, it should be a fan favorite here, our friend Pat Bingham, who's very good at, as a storyteller. And Pat's been taking on this series, which we haven't launched yet. You're actually, if we could get it to run, you'd be seeing it for the first time. I'm not even sure Phyllis has gotten to see it yet because it's just been being put together. But Pat has managed to go out and find people in our community who contracted COVID, and they're sharing their story. And these are the kind of stories that if they don't hit you in the heartstrings, I'm not sure what does, because these are our neighbors. These are people that you know. And I think if the sound's not working, it probably doesn't make sense to run it. I don't know, Rachel, do you want to click on one and see if we have any luck with that, or?
Let's see what happens.
Ours are on the county YouTube channel, so maybe we've got some kind of in there.
If not, we will send you guys some links. Let me know if you hear sound. For some reason, I wasn't hearing that on my end.
Shiflet, I'm 45 years old. My life changed radically in March when I was diagnosed with COVID-19. The initial affection was terrible, heavy weight on your chest, hard to breathe, the headache, the achiness. 45 years old and active, I was top of my game, still struggling with massive debilitation. I can't hardly go for a walk. Tell you how difficult it is to not be able to be physically active and to not have the normal life that I used to lead. My name's Clay Shiflet. I'm 45 years old.
Oh, there we go. I think that's what we'll share with you. I don't know. I get goosebumps when I see this because these are real people and this is having a real impact on them. And the plan behind this is to keep building it out. I mean, we had some people initially that we know were willing to tell their story. We're finding more people are kind of coming in being interested in telling their story. And so you just saw the 1 minute snip. The videos go into 3 minute play time as well. And then the other part of this campaign we'd like to roll is we've got some great headshots of these folks that we're going to move into an op-ed type of ad. I don't believe we're going to just hold out for the paper running it as an op-ed. We're actually going to potentially buy some ad space and roll these stories out in that way. So we'll be really curious when we open it up to Q&A, your thoughts on this program, because I just think it has, I think if there's going to be anything that might change someone's behavior, it's, again, recognizing how it's impacting lives. So Rachel, next slide.
So back to the website for just a minute. Wanted to point out some of the most visited pages in November, the stats and the dial and the get tested, as well as down here in this kind of what we're calling a featured blog post is where we put kind of the latest, greatest information. So those are really the most hit pages, and we're super excited. We're going to kind of give you a little peek behind the curtain today at our new testing page. It is not, it hasn't been launched yet. We're still doing a couple little tweaks to it, but it's this idea of a testing site finder. So in going through all the testing information, it's so confusing. You know, how much does it cost? Do you need an appointment? Do you need a doctor's note? Blah, blah, blah. How long is it going to take to get your results back? And so we basically built a form that is a database query behind the scenes. So on this finder, you can select the things you want. So say we're in Aspen, I want a free test. I want one that has an appointment. Interesting. I think we might be, I'm seeing all zeros here, which means we might be having some issues. Let's see. I'm just going to give you a test here. As you can see, we're still working out a few bugs, but you select what you want, your test type, your testing format. Do you want to be in your car? Do you want to actually go in somewhere? Do you want it on the weekdays or the weekends? Do you want it in Spanish? And then you click search, and up comes your results. And they're grouped by location. So since I clicked Glen Springs, it gives me information. It gives me where it is on the map so I can get directions. And then if I click learn more, it expands out so I can look at the very lengthy testing cost information. And I've got my nice map here again too. Click here for directions. This is all mobile friendly. It's all in Spanish too. So we're excited to launch that. Obviously, we're still working out a couple more details, but I think that it's going to be an incredible resource for the entire valley. Okay, I think we might have one more slide here.
Ta-da! The Traveler Affidavit Program. So the comms team worked really closely with the community liaison team on this project. I will tell you too, though, that Carrie Silbernagel has done a tremendous heavy lift on getting this launched. And, you know, it really launched Friday. I believe at this point, there's already been over 280 affidavits filled out. And Phyllis and I can tell you from this weekend, I still think Phyllis duped me for covering PIO this weekend, but then she jumped on because our email got really full really fast with questions about the program. But I want to say you probably have had an introduction to travel affidavit, or maybe not. I don't know how deep I need to go. Steve, have you guys already talked about the program and know a little bit about it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you just recognize it's live now, and it's another program where we'll be working out some of the bugs. One of the things the comms team is working on now is pre-arrival and arrival guest education information that we can share with our stakeholder partners. But this is going to continue to be something that takes quite a bit of, you know, energy and effort and manpower, and we're just doing our best to kind of keep up with the questions coming in. It did get a tremendous amount of media play, both statewide, and it even hit the national stage. So it's been really interesting to see where this goes and how people are responding to it. Some challenges coming up out of it that also launching it we found, which is people who are wanting to do the right thing with the travel affidavit, but they're planning to travel here with 13 people in their household, but we're having to define household, right? We have to keep reminding people that doesn't mean grandma and grandpa, you know, and the kids kids. That's really not the space we're in right now. So there's just some bugs we're having to work on there. So, all right, I think, was travel affidavit the last one? Oh, nope.
Newsletter. So we're doing a newsletter weekly. As I mentioned earlier, it started kind of mid-late summer. We've had 23 newsletters go out so far. In addition to kind of the weekly kind of thorough newsletter, we also have been doing kind of some quick hit communications when things come out of Board of Health meetings or public health orders change. We make sure that that message gets to people quickly. Where we do have some room to grow, and what we're working on currently, is growing that database. It started at about 1,000, and now we're at 1,327, which has grown quite a bit in the past month due to some paid social media advertising that we're doing. So, you know, we've had about a 25% bump there, which is great, but those numbers in my mind still have a long way to go. So that's something we're actively working on, is the newsletter sign-up recruitment. But the Facebook ads that we have been doing have increased Facebook to website traffic by about 200%. So we're definitely seeing some return on investment there. And the digital platform is so great because you can actually measure things. You know, the famous saying, you know, in advertising is, half of my advertising is working, I just don't know which half it is. So it's nice to have the metrics behind digital.
Oh, one last one. We are going to start to see some bus advertising. And again, we tried to take a little bit softer message with these quotes that you see here. I think you saw this update at the BOCC City of Aspen joint meeting. And then we're still working on that. I still wear a mask. I do believe we've socialized people in our community so well to the mask at this point that maybe we're not getting as much juice behind this one, but we're not letting it go. So you'll see more of that coming in the new year as well. And I think
that's it.
Yeah, that opens us up to Q&A. Kelly, do I get to moderate or to Steve?
Kelly?
I think Steve usually does.
Went over
yeah, thanks. It's nice to see you. I do appreciate, gosh, everybody's hard work, and I know it goes overtime and into the weekends. And you know, they're very elegant, and I think well messaged ads. A couple of questions that I have are: can you talk a little bit more about what we should expect to see on RAFTA? Also, you know, what are the community meetings looking like? What's the uptick in interest in listening in on those? You know, they played a really important role earlier on, and I'm wondering if, as our numbers are getting worse and as, you know, our restrictions become more on people's minds, if we're seeing more uptick there. And then also, how are you receiving feedback from the community about, you know, things that community members identify as maybe gaps or ways that ideas they have about how better to reach people? So thanks. Those are my three.
Rachel, you want to do RASTA, and then I'll jump into community meeting?
Sure thing. So with the limited number of people in each bus, RAPTA typically has 82-ish buses in rotation. This season, they're going to have 95. And so we will have ads on each one of those 95 buses, and they will be similar to the messages that you saw on that last slide. So using quotes to talk about distancing mainly, and mainly social distancing in kind of a cool, fun holiday way.
And then a great question around community meetings. So we've changed our platform a little bit to add the Facebook Live streaming to our meeting and an interpretation, which I think is a huge addition to what we're doing. In the last community meeting, we had over 500 participants. And I think we had dropped down to being lucky if we had 100 show up. We also believe moving it to that 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock time frame, which again, I brought to this team at one point because we know that that's how the fire, service works. They kind of get that evening crowd. Really seems to be a good time slot for us. And we are running another one this Thursday from 6 to 7, really hitting on the vaccination conversation. That's one thing we didn't talk about here, but that is another big strategic communications piece that we're working on in close cooperation with Aspen Valley Hospital. But we'll see, I think, as potentially moving to red or, guidance changes, vaccination, we will be having community meetings coming back online more fully when they're needed. We also feel it's important, though, that we have a message to share. We don't want to just have them and then just people be like, okay, it's old news. It's not impacting me. I love your question about feedback, Kelly, because I feel like we've been really responsive to the feedback we've gotten. I think that we heard we needed more of a human feel, and so we've been able to go out and, with the support of the county, get that kind of story told. We're always open to it. We also are working a real strategic direction moving forward as well, though, and recognizing we can't be all things to everyone. We are still a pretty small team churning out a tremendous amount of information. I mean, I believe this team is doing, at one point when the JIC was stood up, there were 14 people in it. We're doing as much as we can, and we're open to it. We'd love to hear the feedback. We're just not sure we'll always be able to deliver it.
Sure. And if I could just take a moment and, just identify, I think, something that's been a struggle for me, and this might fall into like the realm of after action report and when we look back on how we handled everything, but, it may not. If things really get, I think, even more serious or more tense in our community, it may continue to be a problem that prevails. And what it is for me is how, like for us as a board, we communicate in this position. And, I think part of what my struggle was in March and April and May was the community was sort of looking for an accountable voice. And, we're a board of 5, and then we have a board of health, that in this emergency was charged with decision making. And so I think we, I know I struggled. I think we as maybe a board struggled to like, how do we give that authoritative, accountable voice, when we're multiple people and multiple boards? And, I'm not sure we've resolved that question. And so for me, it continues to persist as as this emergency continues or in a future emergency, how can we best address that and manage that? I think, our IMT voices were incredible. You guys all did incredible work. But the piece missing a little bit for me is that the public expected to be hearing directly from the people accountable to them, which is obviously the elected, And so it's just, I don't know if I need an answer now, but I think it's a conversation and a thought piece to continue to mull over, because I think that was a gap that, we didn't figure out how to fill well, and that we could and should think about it more. So thank you.
George, did you have your hand up? Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Tracy. Rachel, great to see you here. It's been a long time. I guess just to add on to what Kelly just said, yeah, the messaging communication is always, the fog of war is how I have to describe this, what we've all been through. And I think we've come through it pretty well. not without a few scars, but we come through pretty well. And I was just thinking, we now have a new public health director. The community doesn't really know Jordana yet. I'm looking forward to seeing more about her, you know, in the media with your help on getting her started off on the right foot. And I think that a strong voice from Jordana and about her and her background and all that might be something that could help answer Kelly's question and help poise us going forward. One of the things, going down to the various slides you've shown us, I took some notes regarding the social media. I realize that I don't think I'm seeing very often the stuff you've been producing, so it's great to see it here. And I think one of the things you can do on these posts might be just to ask people who see it to help share it, you know, an appeal, please spread this in the community, just, you know, please share. Who knows if that'll help or not, sometimes it does. But I like where you're going. I do like the positive messaging. If there's something in there that people can cling on to and see worthy of sharing, then it'll share, but certainly ask them to. Looking at the testing site search guide, I think that's brilliant, because I've had several people call and say, where do I get a test? What's the best thing to do? I love where you're going. I noticed that they said, what kind of test do you want in one of your categories? A PCR, a swab, and I was thinking, I wouldn't know how to answer that, so I'm hoping you can put a don't know category in there. So if somebody just doesn't know what it is they want, but they want to get tested, that they can still move forward through your site. Then regarding the, I was thinking that the mask ads, which we worked on earlier, and then I haven't really seen much of, and I'm grateful you're pushing them back out again. Hoping we see those at the airport as well as on the buses for people arriving. Yeah, we still wear, it's part of our culture. We wear masks here. Hopefully you can do some of that at the airport. And then the final thing is on just the messaging regarding the affidavit. John had a quote in the Route 50 publication. I just saw a quote about our affidavit program. And he handled it so well, because the big question is enforceability, right? That's the one you choke on. And I've seen a couple articles where it was said, well, is this enforceable? And you don't want to even go there, right? Because it's a tough question. But what John said was so good, and I thought if we could all work on how we present this, because we're all going to be asked, how can you enforce this? And what John said was, enforcement will likely be difficult. The affidavit does not require proof of the negative test result or details about where it was administered. And the policy relies heavily on individual compliance. But the thing that I think that struck me is he said, frankly, we're not going to catch everyone. It's not a perfect net, but it's better than none. And I keep thinking, as media pros, there's got to be a way to present this enforcement issue so it doesn't knock our legs out from under us before we get started. And I know you guys know how to do that, and I know how hard it is, because that's the 800-pound gorilla, right? So enough said about that. Those were my notes, but thank you. It's great to see you and see all this happening, and I hope to see more of it just spontaneously crossing my Facebook or Instagram.
You know, I'll take a pause. Thank you, Greg. All those are great suggestions. And you're right, the enforcement piece, how do you talk about that in a way that is still going to get people to think about, again, their personal responsibility in it? Because that's right where media wanted to go. We had about 15 stations on last Friday when we did this, and it's a tricky conversation. I will offer right now, since I have all of you, and this is one of the hardest parts about putting the agenda together for the community meeting, is there anyone from BOCC that wants to help us moderate that meeting? It's this Thursday at 6 to 7. One of the tricky parts, I'll be honest, is when we were planning community meetings, we might have a day to get it pulled together because we were having to push out some kind of new guidance. And we're trying to get a little more space in there to plan it, but we still have new stuff coming at us from the state daily. So sometimes we're building the agenda out on the day of. So I would love to have one of you who, available to participate. Okay. Are you volunteering? Who's volunteering? Greg is. Okay.
Great.
Yeah, Greg, I could do.
I think it should be George in his last meetings here.
Yeah, let's throw George in.
I noticed George was avoiding me most of the times when I was like searching for somebody, so that would explain it. That's okay, George, I get it. But yeah, that would be wonderful. And I think one of the things we would love to see from you is just when you're on there, really booing this team from the county that is doing tremendous work, and we're taking a beating sometimes. I mean, that's, just par for the course in the subject matter we're talking about. So I don't want that piece to be forgotten, because there's really human beings behind all these messages doing the best job that they can. So.
One other question: how does a person sign up to get the newsletter? It mentioned you could do it through Facebook, and I couldn't find it on Facebook sitting here real quickly. Is there a website to go to? Can we do it on the Pickens County COVID site, or what's the best way to sign up?
Great question, Steve. If you go to the top of the COVID-19 Pickens County website, on the top right, in the header is an email sign up. And it'll ask you, you just put in your email address and click a button. It's that easy.
Okay, that's easy enough. And I mean, I don't need to get all the information, but for the public information, to get it out, to get more people in the general public getting the information is, we want to make it as easy as possible and get more people reading the newsletter on a regular basis. Greg?
Yeah, one thing I didn't comment, what really struck me is I love the short videos, the short, sweet videos from people who have had COVID and have, their personal stories. I think that's going to be great, and I'm hoping that we can push those out on social media and get them circulating in the valley, and I'm really enthusiastic about those.
George?
Yeah, how are you guys, I'm sure you have a plan, but coordinating with the ski company, because that's such a port of entry, even more than the airport. Visitors coming in to sign up for ski school, put their kids in ski school, to buy lift tickets. How are you coordinating that to really utilize the ski company as a portal to get this information out?
Can tackle that. There's a pretty robust task force around the traveler affidavit that ski company has been highly involved in. So a lot of why this even went forward, I believe, is because they made the commitment to have their folks help educate about the affidavit. And we're working really closely in contact with Jeff Hanley, from a communication standpoint. We are working, really closely as a comms team regionally with Eagle and Garfield County where we can. So there's a lot of cross-pollination would be the word, and we're working a little bit more in our internal process too to help get as much of these things to our partners, like you're saying, Greg, so people will help share it out, because I do believe you just throw the net as wide as you can.
Greg?
Steve, another very quick idea, throwing this out. I've proposed this in the past to various groups, and it comes from a memory I had when I went to I toured the Haute route across from Sprint to Switzerland 20 years ago. And the most memorable thing upon arriving in Chamonix, you go to the Mountain Guides Association, you buy what's called the carte neige. And so it's a card that ensures your rescue if you get injured. It has other things on it, but it became this talisman for me that was so valuable. And of course, I've lost it since, but it was such a cool thing. And I keep thinking, I wish we could have some sort of card, something that people would want to have and possess and keep as evidence that they've filled out their affidavit. If there was something we could send people who successfully completed the affidavit, something that was a combination of thank you and proof, like an ID, the locals card or something. Just throwing the idea out may not be a good idea for this circumstance, but I'd love it if people could present something and said, yeah, I did get tested, and here's my, here it is. And maybe it would be something attractive enough they'd want to display it for people. Just a thought.
I think that's a great idea. It's kind of like the passport idea, right? Going around town and.
I could see that kind of a card for when people get the vaccination, when they're able to do that, to be able to prove that they were vaccinated. And that might be your entry into some events and things. You can't come here unless you've been vaccinated to this event or this party or whatever. So, let's see, I think we're running out of steam here. Is there any last comments or questions from the...
Can't wait to see it all.
Yeah.
And email me when you know what you want from me.
Yeah, and I was thinking that, I mean, being stuck at home for, most of the time, we don't always see a paper copy of a newspaper. When I do see it, that's when I have seen the ads that you have put in the paper. But when you look at the newspaper online, you don't tend to see the ads because you're not looking at the photocopy of the thing. You're looking at just individual articles. So if there was some way that the papers could put the ads in more digital form so people actually see the ads, and I don't know, maybe we have to pay extra to have them do that or something, but that would be a good way to get more exposure from them. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks for the human interest story. I think this is a void that maybe the papers haven't picked up on yet. So I think you're going to fill a gap there. And just, thank you to your whole team for your fortitude. While we're all getting tired and fatigued, you guys have to be endlessly creative. So that you don't get that luxury of having to, slow down and turn your brain off a little. So thanks a lot, and happy holidays and stay safe.
Thank you. Can I add just a couple more things, Steve? To your point about the newspaper, we are doing what they call newspaper digital, which is where digital ads on Aspen Times or on AspenDailyNews.com. So you'll see those occasionally. What I have noticed is there's been kind of a lot of ads have come onto those sites from other sources, that aren't local. You might see ads for a pair of shoes that you were browsing on Amazon or something. But I do know that their traffic has doubled plus since March, and so we're definitely looking to do some digital ads there. And Kelly, one other thing about your comment about, the feedback loop of, we're really trying to look for two-way communication now, obviously getting information out, but wanting information to come back in. So a lot of people have been using the PIO@pickencounty.com email with tons of questions about all kinds of health orders and guidance and just lots of great questions. So that has been a really good tool for us. And we also just launched COVID help at pickencounty.com as part of the travel affidavit. So that's yet another venue for people to kind of give feedback in and ask questions. So yeah, just wanted to share those two with you.
And I'll piggyback on that. So a lot of the feedback that we do get, that's how we've made improvements on the website, whether it was the data pages or I can't find testing. So we play with moving things around, moving them up, adding a button instead of a word. So it's great for people to give us feedback. We wanted it to be the most useful site possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Tracy and Rachel, for coming on and showing us all the stuff you've been doing. I'm impressed. It's looks very good, high quality kind of information and ads, eye-catching kind of things. So I'm going to be looking more out when I'm going around to look for the posters. Not that I get out that much, but I'm going to be watching for these things and looking forward to it. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
So taking a step back here, let's go to our review of future agendas. Phyllis?
Oh, you caught me look at it. So hold on one second. Oh, it's not liking me. Try again. Okay.
So Phyllis, the one big thing I see that is there is no Tuesday, December 22nd, or whichever day that our meeting is. There's not a page for that in the future agendas.
First note that Charlotte has in here, that the special work session on the 22nd is not included, but it has been scheduled and it'll appear in next week's packet. Adding to December 15th, the requested discussion on the board membership dues, that's going to be added. Charlotte will gather all the information for 2021 and present it at that time. So that's going to be a summary of all your memberships. She's also working with Andrew to see if we can provide an overview of the 2020 Zoom meetings and a review of the 2021 improvements. So that'll be a presentation to you on the 15th. And then I know I just put an item in there on a review of chair and vice chair for the 15th, for starting in January. So that's what I have. That's it.
Patty, I was watching for your hand to go up.
Yeah, can you tell me what the plan is for the swearing in January? It's at noon. Are we, how are we going to manage that because of the public health orders?
Great question, Patty. I'm putting it down on something that we have to figure out.
Okay, all right, just so we know if people ask, or we know so we know.
Right.
All right.
And that's the second Tuesday in January at noon is when it typically happens.
Okay. And we need to make sure that Francie knows about it. And that after that she comes back to the rest of our work session. And George, you need to know that you can go home after that. After you have Kelly's cake.
We can use a 10-foot pole
yeah.
somehow.
Put your, raise your hand there. All right, thanks, Phyllis. That's all I have.
And we do have to remind Francie that her life is going to change drastically. She's going to have to start going by the clock and the calendar a lot more than she's maybe used to. So, but as a former school teacher, she's used to that regular kind of schedule anyhow, so I think she'll do fine. Let's see, anybody else have any other future agendas? Okay, board open discussion.
I'm trying to go back. Open discussion. What we have on is a conversation for the legislative section, and Michaela is here. She was on for part of our communication update, and Michaela is the mastermind behind our newsletter. So she puts that together for our communication team each week. So thank you, Michaela. So I don't know if you want Michaela just to kick off a discussion now, or do you have any other items for open discussion you want to do first? How do you want to do that, Steve?
Well, let's do this first, and then maybe there'll be something that we can tag on the end.
Okay. Michaela was tracking the special session, so I'm going to turn it over to you, Michaela.
Phyllis. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. I am going to share a link in the chat to the tracking Google Doc. And this is where I kept tabs on the special legislative session. There were 9 bills signed by the governor this special legislative session, and the funding opportunities are within each of those. the funding and how that actually gets to counties is a little unclear right now. I think that's kind of being hashed out right now. That is also something I can reach out to our CCI partners in regard to, so we can get a hold on this and kind of have the upper edge. But yeah, happy to answer any questions for you. We did just have a 5-star program meeting just prior to this open discussion regarding one piece of legislation that's potentially mandating it. I think the conversation is whether or not Pickens County wants to go forward with this program resembling Mesa County's 5-star program, irrespective of whatever the legislation comes out to look like.
Kelly?
Hey, Michaela, in the special section, did they tackle anything with transportation funding? I thought heading in there was some conversation about maybe funding some shovel-ready projects, but I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah, so there was one component, HB 20B-1003 is concerning food pantry assistance grant programs, and you can use some of the funding from this piece of legislation to cover the costs of transportation, food delivery, and staff. But that was the only transportation-related legislation within this special session that got signed by the governor. I do know that there's transportation is a big issue for 2021. I'm sure you got that email from Eric Bergman just a couple hours ago, but it was not covered in the special legislation independently.
Kelly?
So, Steve, if nobody else has any questions on what happened in the special session, I'm happy to sort of give an overview of where CCI's priorities, CCAT's priorities, and then I think what we need to talk about today is the bills that we brought forward and where those stand as kind of the takeaway for the day. Is that okay? Okay.
That sounds good, Kelly.
Okay. And Mikhail, I'll just start, but you can chime in if you have any different observations for the board. But what I'll do is I'll share my screen to pull up the CCI ledge priority sheet real quick. Let me make sure that's open on my screen. Okay, so just for the board, some of these will look familiar because they had action earlier in 2020, and then obviously as COVID emerged, a lot of things died on the calendar. And so quickly, the first one would free up the county from the requirement to have to publish salaries and financial reports in the newspapers and allow that publication to happen electronically. All other jurisdictions are allowed to do this electronically. This is politically problematic for newspapers who make revenue off of these the need to have to publish this. So that's really the biggest political threat there. And this has been introduced, I think, multiple times over the years and continues to be something that counties want. This 811 locate, we were supportive of this bill last year. We got feedback from GR on allowing counties to be exempt from having to obtain these specific locates when counties want to do some basic road maintenance. Otherwise, this program requires that contractors, et cetera, call to get a specific locate for utility locations, and it can cause months of delay on projects, et cetera. So since the typical maintenance doesn't tend to go deep enough to hit utilities, they want to avoid that requirement. Steve, I might need your help talking about this off-highway vehicle program. Some other counties are finding issues, and maybe ours is too, but finding issues with OHVs that are registered outside of Colorado, coming to use our roads where we have prohibitions on those sorts of things. I don't know if you want to add more to that, Steve.
Yeah, so what happens now is there are a lot of states that allow the people can register their OHVs as a motor vehicle. So they have a license on them, little license plate, and they'll bring them to Colorado, and they're driving all over on county roads in various counties, because in their state it's legal for them to do that. They get here and then it's not legal, and it's causing a lot of difficulty for the areas where that's happening a lot, because the local people don't have a license. They see these other people with OHVs going on the county roads and places where the locals would like to do that too, but they're not legally permitted to do that. So that's what closing this loophole would be. And there was lots and lots of discussion of this. I think some of the counties would probably actually like to be able to license the local OHVs and let them go on the county roads, but because that's a big part of their summer economy. And others like us, we don't want to have the OHVs going all over on the county roads. So that's really the crux of the issue.
Oh, thanks, Steve. The next one helps to strengthen protections for domestic violence abuse victims by adding a definition into the children's code on this. So I don't think it's hugely controversial from our part. Differential response for adult protective services. Nan had reached out and asked us to support this. This is coming out of Larimer County, and it would, it's similar to what's happening in child protective services, which helps keep families together. This would allow a different approach to how adult protective services delivers their services. What's the next one? Additional funding for mental health co-responder programs. So like what our PACS program is doing, other counties would like to be able to do in their communities, but need some state funding in order to do it. SB 2217, so this is the police accountability law that passed in the spring in response to Black Lives Matter protests and advocacy along those fronts. And there's concerns from the government perspective about things like the removal of qualified immunity, the cost requirements for surveillance. We've heard some of these concerns from Joe DeSalvo. And so this is a high priority for CCI. I think this will be a very political, this will be a heavy lift. And I think we need to have conversations with Joe about what changes he thinks are best for Pitkin County, because I don't think we would seek the same changes that other communities would seek. But I don't know that for sure. So I do think Michaela maybe note this for more collaborative conversations with our public safety office.
So Kelly, can I just add to that? I just said to come up to Snowmass Village, Northwest COG and other entities put together a whole folder on this issue. I gave one to the sheriff's office, of course. John Peacock has one. I have one on my desk. If anybody would like one, I've got some extra ones on the cart between my desk and Kelly's cart. But Northwest COG was sending them out to all their jurisdictions. I offered to do it locally, so it's now in the hands of the APD and Snowmass and their councils and their city managers.
Yeah.
Basalt also got the information.
Yeah, I could see this, the question coming up if Pitkin has a different position from what CCI has.
Right.
And I might. And then this last one here, this is really hard-hitting legislation to change this administrative date for mill levy administrative process for mill levy certification. So as you all know, we have scheduled a special meeting for December 22nd to certify all the mill levies for the, the districts within our county. This would allow the finance office to do that on our behalf instead of having to call a meeting around this time every year. So any other questions or, I guess, hazards or highlights or anything that anyone sees that we should note for, maybe additional review that I can work with Michaela on, or concerns?
I think that you touched on the points that we, the two really more important ones to us. Some of the others we will benefit from, but they're not like huge deals to us. Michaela.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, so to your point of, to your question of transportation, Kelly, CCI is having a 3 p.m. meeting regarding transportation and how to set the agenda for the 2021 transportation conversation. If that's something you'd like me to attend and take notes on so I can share back with this group, I'm happy to do that so we can collaborate further there as well.
Thanks, Michaela. And that helps lead me into our CCAT legislative priorities, which I'll pull up next, because CCAT has a transportation committee as one of their our policy objectives. So if you just give me a second, I'm going to stop sharing and then reshare a different screen.
So tomorrow at 3 o'clock, CCI will be having a Zoom call about transportation issues, and you're plugged into that already. I actually have another event. I have to decide which one to go to at that time. But Michaela, you will be on that call for CCI tomorrow.
I'm happy to attend. We also have a lodging affidavit meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m., which is a time conflict. So if no one else from this group can attend, then I'm happy to backfill.
No, but if you're another thing, go to your other one. Kelly, what'd you say again?
Oh, sorry. I can listen in for CCI if that's a conflict. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. The other thing is the Western Leaders Network is having a kind of an annual update planning kind of a thing for the upcoming session. So that's the one I really wanted to be on.
Okay, so if it's okay, I'll dive into CCAT. So CCAT had a retreat 2 weeks ago, I think, 3 weeks ago, where we reviewed the various policy areas that CCAT has adopted and talked about specific legislative policy priorities within those areas. So these are a little bit less, I think the ask is less clear here, and there's not obviously introduced legislation to take positions on. So just think of these as policy ideas rather than specific amendments to, current CRS statute or anything. So affordable housing. So there's a big push that is expected to happen, which will be led by CML and other housing advocates to address the inclusionary zoning prohibitions from Supreme Court decisions that stem back to, the 90s, I believe, often referred to as the Telluride decision, that prohibits requiring, jurisdictions from being able to require developers to include low-cost, moderate-cost housing. So that will be a big political lift, but this is one of CCAT's priorities. The Emergency Housing Assistance Fund is related to one of the stimulus bills that just passed for $50 million in housing assistance, rent and mortgage assistance, and how that gets allocated. CCAT was very hand in hand in that legislation as it moved through this special session. And so that's why it's on this. And housing funds will continue to be a priority. Health insurance, so the public option, the sponsors of that are expected to reintroduce that bill, which was moving along in the session before COVID hit. And part of what we're interested in, CCAT is interested in, is protecting the purchasing alliances that have been set up. So our purchasing alliance with Valley Health Alliance, the Peak Alliance out of Summit County, and making sure that those can continue to perform, you know, without having any negative effects through any new legislation. And then drug price transparency is expected to be introduced. Any questions on those right now? No? Okay. Public health, continuing to support, you know, our public health programs and agencies. And Governor Polis, you may have seen this come through or in the news this summer, but his behavioral health task force concluded their work and presented a report with how the state should address behavioral health issues. And so this, the creation of a behavioral health authority is expected to come on the heels of that and to put those recommendations into place. Transportation, so CCAT, I think, was founded around trying to find statewide transportation solutions. We continue to struggle, as you all know, where voters shoot down statewide funding, and but the problem persists. And so some conversation is related to the possibility of fee-based funding. Some of those fees may be related to connecting them to vehicle miles traveled, or creating a new fee for electronic delivery services. So related to electronic purchases and the delivery of those purchases is what has been floated around, but I don't know the details, all the details related to that. The fiscal reform, so as you all know, the Gallagher bill was passed, or not bill, the ballot measure was passed this fall, which would help the state get out from under the conflicts that Gallagher's created with regards to tax assessment. The legislature had passed a bill that said that they would not change assessment rates for, I think, 4 years until we get sort of wrap our arms around what that would look like. And so there's some concern whether they will stick to that or not, and some concern about whether they'll try to reclassify commercial properties. So you would bring in, say, new commercial properties into the assessment mix. There's a new committee that CCAT created related to natural resources, and that work needs to kind of flesh out what they want to focus on, but for sure having to do with wildfire mitigation. We've had some active, in the past year's effort, and we have members who sit on statewide wildfire health boards, so related to funding for wildfire health mitigation, which may not seem top of mind right now, but we know we had a severe wildfire season this year. So that's all I'll go into with regards to what those are. We still have the matter of our 4 outstanding bills. So as a refresher, one of those bills was to seek a change in the limitation on fee, or the violation, what do you call it? Penalties that could be assessed. There's a $1,000 penalty cap for county code violations in state statute, and our conversations were around the fact that that is basically meaningless if we're trying to, you know, compel general aviation and commercial aviation from maintaining our curfew, things like that. So we presented that to CCI. It didn't go anywhere. The conversation further narrowed from being a change to the overall cap of county code violation amounts to limiting it just related to airports. Since this isn't in CCI's realm currently, you know, we can have a broader conversation about how we want to pursue that, if we want to pursue that on our own, and what that might look like. So that's one. The other has to do with the RET, obviously the real estate transfer tax. And, you know, that would require a vote of the a 55% vote of the legislature to put a ballot question on the, no, I'm sorry, 2/3 of the legislature to refer a measure to the ballot, and then a 55% vote of people to expand Tabor to allow us to go after, you know, to go to our voters to ask for real estate transfer tax. The third has to do with the CDOT signs, and I don't think John Peacock is on to help guide us with that conversation, but whether we wanted to request a legislative change to the Clean Colorado program that would require our explicit permission to participate in this program or not. As we know, we have those giant Clean Colorado billboards all along our highway, which are now cleaning up the highway, but never asked us if we wanted them in the first place, and we don't have any levers to remove them if we want to. And then finally, the effort to regulate the growing of hemp and where we might locate that, and to work with the state to request that there be a local decision-making process, because right now it's a state permit and there's no opportunity for us to kind of weigh in on that. And those conversations, CCI has helped to navigate a conversation with the Department of Agriculture on that legislation, and I did ask John Ely to join us so that he can give an update on where those conversations are at, which has kind of taken it a bit out of the legislative realm, but I don't know if it still requires the legislative fix because I haven't been following it very closely. So maybe we can start there since John Ely's on the line, and you and Steve, I think, have been following that topic more closely, and direct us whether this is something we need to continue to approach our legislative leaders with or not.
Want me to jump in?
So I could do a summary on it. I don't think, we couldn't really get any traction at CCI from all the ag counties would fight this tooth and nail because they don't want any ag product, legal agricultural product to be regulated like that at the state level. So CCI has been working with, several different counties, including us, on an administrative fix. And we've gotten maybe a little bit of headway on changing the wording of some, having them notify us, consult with us before issuing a permit to make sure that the property where the person is applying for the grow permit has legal water, irrigating water for that property is a big part of it. What it really boils down to is for us to solve our local problem, we're not going to get a solution from the Colorado Department of Agriculture. It might make it a little better situation, but it's not going to solve our situation here, I don't believe. What we really need to do is a local legislative fix with our zoning code and making hemp as a crop that you could grow by special review only, I think, is my take on the process that we have to do. And now I'll hand it to you, John, to say, did I say anything incorrectly there on what the reality of it is, and going forward, what do we want to do?
Well, there's one Eastern Plains county that we're fairly aligned with. Elbert County and Pitkin County, believe it or not, are in complete and total agreement on this issue. So the opposition to any sort of regulatory steps from the Eastern Plains is not uniform, that's for sure. I think that there is definitely tension, as Steve, you were alluding to, between the position of CDA that agriculture is agriculture and should be treated as such regardless of the crop. And those counties, a half dozen or so, that are actively participating in regulatory steps to sort of get a handle on industrial hemp, and the position taken by the county is that this crop is inherently different and is already being handled different in that it requires a registration from CDA before cultivation, which is remarkably different from, anything. Tomatoes, hay, certainly, anything. So the recognition of the difference of the crops is something that CDA is still mulling over. There's another telephonic meeting or Zoom meeting this week with CDA. They wanted to review the last suggestions that the counties made about a month ago to broaden what ag would do in regards to an IGA. In the past, CDA has been willing to do an IGA, but basically it's just sharing information of something that's already happened. It does away with the necessity of individual counties or local jurisdictions making specific requests for information from CDA as to where have your registrations issued in our county, what's active now, that sort of basic information. But it doesn't allow for a participatory role for local jurisdictions, and that's essentially the rub that we're looking to cure with a legislative fix. A legislative fix being the best way to go to sort of put industrial hemp on the same footing as recreational or medical marijuana cultivation, and not calling out a difference between the psychoactive and non-psychoactive varieties of cannabis. So we'll find out this week, I guess, if CDA has modified their approach and are willing to do a little bit more. What's being lobbied for by the local jurisdictions, us included, is an ability for us to participate in the review of a application for registration to the state, and to have that referral back down to the local jurisdictions and a 30-day turnaround time associated with it. CDA thinks 30 days is too long, but in reality, it's hard to justify that position. We're also talking about a referral to the state division water engineer to confirm that there is sufficient water present for irrigation that can be used under existing decrees or permits, such that the crop is not being cultivated in a way or in a manner that is consuming more water than what is associated with existing decrees. So those two referrals, the local jurisdictions feel that can happen concurrently and concurrently with the state's own review. But if the local jurisdiction refers back to the state that this application for registration is in an inappropriate location or does not comply with local regulations, that the state would honor that referral and not issue the registration. I've been pushing that they ought to look at it from the point of view of the cultivator, in that if you don't let somebody know up front early that they're not going to get anywhere with the local jurisdiction, they're going to be investing sums of money and who knows how much in material, in equipment, and eventually labor in order to bring a crop in, put a crop into the ground that may never be able to be harvested. So what CDA does or has done is that they implicitly recognize through their communication that there is an ability of local jurisdiction to regulate land use within their counties or municipalities, and that the registration system or ability that is exercised by the state through CDA is not a trump against local jurisdictions, which, to tell you the truth, was unclear at the beginning of our dialogue. So at least we've got that. And Steve is absolutely correct that what we need to do as a local jurisdiction is to implement a zoning change in order to exert our control over cultivation of industrial hemp in the county. My plan is to basically start that right after New Year's, bring that to the board in a work session and discuss what the board thinks is appropriate, draft out appropriate code language, take it to the P&Z and turn it around and bring it back to the board so that we're prepared well in advance of 2021 planting, the planting season. So that's where we stand, and hopefully we'll be making some progress with CDA this week or before the end of the year.
Kelly?
Yeah. So will that zoning change in concert with the information referral get us what we want, or do we still need to, you know, identify where we need to change the statute and bring that to the legislature?
Well, the preferred fix is a legislative one because there will not be an ability to change. We're sort of at the mercy of CDA and their willingness to continue in an IGA format and to agree to it at all initially, of which there's still some hesitation there on their part. So, but if there is willingness to go along with it and to have an expanded IGA approach, and with our enactment of appropriate land use controls, it gets us pretty much there. And if we can maintain a good working relationship with CDA, not just us, but all local jurisdictions, which I think is something that is relatively easily accomplished. It's not something that we should necessarily be at loggerheads with this state agency. Then it may obviate the need for any legislative fix, and we can live without it. It would also make it easier in the future to get a legislative treatment to it, because if something's already in place and halfway there with an administrative action by you know, the governor's office through an administrative agency like CDA, it'll be easier to get that legislation adopted and at least preserve that position against any, you know, changes in administration or, you know, in the governor's office ultimately, things like that.
So there was proposed legislative fix, which was very simple wording changes with just the addition of adding a few words and maybe one sentence that totally made sense to us and to Elbert County. But it was resisted very strongly by the governor's office, to the point that they were indicating they probably would veto it if it made it through the legislature. They wanted to try the administrative fix first. So that's why we've been working on the administrative fixes. George?
Yeah, I think, John, your strategy in terms of drafting something for the BOCC to look at in January is the way to go. I find it kind of interesting where the state gave counties the authority on their own, those counties who wanted to regulate or allow marijuana to be grown. The state gave each county that authority, and yet they're sort of resistant by allowing the counties to do a similar venue for hemp. There's sort of no rhyme or reason why they don't look at them both as both the similar type of crop, basically.
Yeah. I guess that reflects, you know, the influence of CDA and the fact that they were trying to stimulate the production of this crop and not, you know, to retard its, you know, its advancement and propagation of its cultivation, so forth like that. But I mean, you know, what I've said to the CDA folks is, you know, you go down that line of logic only so far. If there's pushback from local jurisdictions, you know, your program of incentivizing or promoting the cultivation of industrial hemp will blow up on you, because local jurisdictions will shift the stands. People won't know if they'll be able to cultivate it or not. If you work with local jurisdictions, there'll be some, reasonable ability for someone engaged in that business to be able to rely on where they are, that they can have a future in a particular location, and their investment is justified. Otherwise you're gonna, the markets will dry up. People aren't going to take the chance. So anyways.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me like we'll remove this as a legislative item for now and see how the administrative approach works for us, and then, keep it in our mind to revisit in the coming years. Thanks, John. I appreciate all your work on that.
Greg?
I was going to ask if we could just go back to the OHV licensing issues. I didn't realize that other states were licensing them, and that they were showing up here with a license plate on. Does that mean that they actually have turn signals and tail lights and brake lights and all the stuff that we would require to drive on a road? And do we anticipate seeing OHVs more on all of our roads in that case? Is that where we think this is going? Mainly, I just wanted to make sure that Michaela and we keep following that issue, because I think our issue in Pitkin County is a little different than other parts of the state. But the impression I get is that they're going to be finding ways to skirt that regulation. We may need to come up with some other way to regulate recreational vehicles if we choose.
Well, it's enough of a problem that enough counties voted to make it a CCI priority. So they're going to run that legislation, and we will get frequent updates about it.
There is somebody in Woody Creek area who is from out of state, and they bring their OHVs with the license plates on them, and then they're running up to Lanedo and up by Kobe Park with them. So the problem is here, we already have it, at least on one of our county roads, with at least one individual doing that. I'm sure there'll be more and more as time goes on.
I sent Brian an advertisement for a new OHV that can pretty much go anywhere in any condition, and I just wanted to run it by him, because I received it in the email from somebody who said, "Oh my God, look what could come next." So the worst case scenario is that they are actually licensed and legal on the roads, and then able to go out and tear up the backcountry. Just makes me nauseous.
So I'm kind of open to go wherever we go next, I guess. I guess we could talk about the RET, given that this, I explained a little bit about why this is a heavy lift. I will say CCAT has said that if Pitkin runs a bill on this effort, that they would consider it for support. CCAT wasn't going to take up the effort on its own to do it. I'll offer, my opinion on it. I think for us to have a meaningful effort, we would probably need to do a bit of background work. I would imagine we would need help with crafting whatever type of language we would want the legislature to refer to the ballot to have a chance to ever pass. And we would probably need to hire some polling, the professionals who know how to assess those types of things to help us. Would just be one thing I would guess.
Patty?
Yeah, I wish I don't know if I kept the file or not. I might have tossed it during my 4-year sabbatical, but maybe we can have some staff, maybe Michaela can help us, just to research what jurisdictions have them, what year they got them, what they used them for, because that gives us some good background to take forward. And so maybe we could start on that process to to help us look at what their languages and their real estate transfer tax, what their margins of support were in their communities, and how they've worked over the years since they've had them. I think that'll give us some impetus to design our own, or to say, well, the heavy lift is even heavier, or it's not quite so heavy. So I think we could start that right after the first of the year and start gathering that information. And that would be a good start. And then I'm willing to take it on, as I said before, with you, Kelly, and see where it goes. And I'll look this weekend, coming weekend, I'll look to see if that file got stuck in another box in my, to see if I still have it, because that'd save staff some time. So I'll do some homework at my own house to see if I can find it.
So Patty, I think this is a 2-year project to actually get this passed, which then could align with the election 2 years from now if we could get it passed by the legislature next winter, and have it on the ballot the following fall is probably being a realistic timeline. So we should spend this winter doing what you are suggesting, doing the research, starting to, talking with our legislators, finding out what information we can, starting to draft a bill that we would propose, that sort of a thing, because it is a heavy lift, and the longer we spend on it ahead of time to have it all ready to go, even by next summer, to be able to take it to our legislators and say, we want to try to run this legislative season, that I think would be a realistic proposal for us to do.
Okay. That sounds good. So Patty, I'll get with maybe you, McKella, and I can find a time just to sit down and, chart out what that next 6 months work might look like. And we can bring it up in conversations with our legislators that this is an idea that we're starting to invest.
Yeah, and it was Debbie Quinn, who was the assistant county attorney then, or maybe she was in the manager's office. So I'll try and track her down in Glenwood and see how she came up with the data. I doubt she kept it anywhere, but she was the one who put it together for me during my career start on trying to get a real estate transfer tax. So I'll touch base with her and pick her brain too in the interim. But Kelly, yeah, that's a perfect plan to get the three of us together and see where we need to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. So I'll take the next one as the county code violation fee cap. What do we want to do with that?
My feeling is, if we're just going for the curfew violations at the airport, or we could make it for any violation at our airport and have it just specific to that simplifies it to narrow it down a lot right now, and not to have it more a general violation. Now there were two different, as I remember, I'd have to look at my notes again, but there were two different kinds of code violations that were affected by two different pieces of state legislation, and I don't recall which one is which yet, but that would maybe just be changing one piece of the legislation, Colorado state legislation. It wouldn't apply to a land use code violation, which would be a separate policing power that we would have. George?
Do we know, are there any other airports I'm not familiar with that have a curfew in the state?
When we asked at CCI, the counties that have airports, none of them said they have any curfew and they don't have any issue with these kind of violations.
Right. So we're sort of an anomaly. And so to that point, where we went to legislation several years back to increase our penalties for vehicles over 35 feet over Independence Pass, that was an anomaly, and no one really had an issue with it because we just had that specifically for Independence Pass, and it passed. And so this could be a similar situation where, again, we're the only ones that we could have someone, Senator Donovan to run it, specifically just for Pickens County.
Yeah, and I think that was what we heard from CCI, was that it was, you know, they were like, yeah, this is a local control issue. You know, they didn't want to raise the cap on fines across the board because of criticism about, oh, they're going to use this to raise revenues, et cetera. But they were like, if Pickens wants to do this at their airport, like, that's a local control issue. They just didn't want to put in all of CCI effort behind it.
Right. So that's just a different approach to try to get it done.
Well, I think we just that's great. I'm happy. I think we should bring it forward, but what do we want to ask for?
Right, well, you figure it out. I know what we asked for an Independence Pass, and
Yeah. Well, do we want no fee cap on violations related to our airport, you know, that are in our county code related to our airport? Do we want a $10,000 fine cap? I think our board needs to figure out what we want to ask for.
Exactly, and then do it. As I say, we were successful in dealing with increasing our penalties for Independence Pass for those vehicles.
Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I got at CCI. Actually, George, was that nobody would oppose it if we wanted to go for it. It was our deal. It didn't affect anyone else. And I would agree with you that we could kind of slip it in because it's an easy one with doesn't hardly affect anybody, but it would help us. And it only requires changing one statute, a few words of one statute is all that would require at the state legislature.
So I'm happy to get with John Ely on, I guess and Steve with the language that we brought forward to CCI to firm that up a bit, but I want to know from this board, what, do we have a cap or do we not have a cap? I don't know what John would recommend to us on that front, or if we have to.
We could just ask for, since it's only for us, we could have it be that it would be a process where we would set the cap, pass a resolution setting the cap or something based on whatever we decided was best for our airport. If we did have to set a cap, we could set it for $10,000 this year, and in 5 years, maybe a $20,000 one would be more appropriate. We would need a mechanism to change it easily without going back to the legislature every time.
I recommend we talk to the county attorney about setting a cap or not setting a cap and how much, and then bring that information back to the board to make a final decision.
George?
Yeah, it has to be reasonable because I think I originally had asked for a $10,000 fine for the pass, and then you've got the I forget the association, the Truckers Association. Someone got involved and trying to lobby the opposite way, so we were able to sort of reduce. We ended up reducing it to, I think, John, $1,500. So you can't sort of go for the sky because you will get some resistance, but you want to have something that's reasonable that will make a difference without going overboard, I think. So.
Greg?
Yeah, I agree with George. I think something else to look at there is just, as we all know, it costs an awful lot of money to land or take off just in fuel costs. So when an airplane comes in, often just to take off and land on one of these big, like a G5, is $5,000 or more just to do a touch and go in terms of fuel expense. It's incredibly expensive. And I don't know the actual numbers, but it would be good to actually have an idea of what their actual operating cost is and how would the curfew cost affect their decision whether they go or no go.
Okay, I think that's direction that Steve and I can take, and we'll meet with John Ely to craft this and bring it back for board approval and before we meet with our legislators on it. And then the last one is related to the Clean Colorado program. You know, we've danced through this all year about asking for CDOT to, you know, work with us on how we approve of where these signs get located and whether they get located and what the advertisement is on them. And, you know, we're basically told that a legislative fix is required there. And so I want to check in with the board about refining that and bringing that forward.
Steve?
So, do we still have energy around it?
Patty?
Yeah, you know, I hate those signs. They're like billboards. If they would just downscale them to, you know, more reasonable, but they're just a hazard. They're a menace. But I think we need to talk with Brian Pettit and John Peacock to see what we've seen as far as now that we've made an issue out of them. Are they really attending to cleaning up, and how many months out of the year they're doing it, and blah, blah, blah. I think we need to get some more information as to what actions may have been taken after we brought it to their attention that we were looking at a legislative fix to get rid of their signs and their program. So I think we need to bring that information back to the board so we can decide how we want to further, you know, move forward with this or not.
Yeah, and I had hoped we would have that today, but I know John Peacock has been taken away on other things.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Steve, on the subject of the signs, I think while we're at it, we see so many signs along the highway that are superfluous at this point. There are signs for the Adopt a Highway program that hasn't been in effect for years now, still on the highway. So I'm hoping maybe this is the opportunity to address what to do with the signs that really shouldn't be there at all, regardless of the size. You know, the superfluous signs tend to grow and stay, and then they're like a weed that needs to be taken down. But who's going to do it? And maybe this is a time to address that as well, so we know we would have the authority to if there was a sign that simply just didn't belong there any longer.
So, Greg, was that a pun about the weed signs? They look like weeds, they're noxious, they're along the highway?
It's too late in the day for me to consciously make a pun like that, but I'll take credit for it.
You can take credit for it.
So Kelly, I think you're right there. Brian and John do have more information about, and I actually did see a couple of the guys out with bags cleaning up the stretch of highway. They were going along the same part that the airport employees had already done, actually, is where I saw them going along. Mm-hmm. So they need 10 people to do what we've been doing to do it effectively, and they had 2 people out there. So I think there's grounds for improvement. Maybe there's some other way we could get them to keep having a couple guys out there cleaning up the highway and take the signs down and give them recognition in some other fashion besides a billboard.
No, I appreciate that idea. And I will say in our conversations with CCI, again, this is another thing that they thought like, well, this issue is unique to Pitkin, which is interesting because, you know, this program can apply statewide. It just has not. So I don't know if other counties will start to see more of this advertisement on their roads, but, you know, they were kind of like, well, you know, if you guys want to work on it, great. We won't get in your way. It's a local control issue if you want to be able to say yay or nay to the program. But, you know, I drove around the state a lot this summer, and I did not see them anywhere else.
They're in Denver along I-70, I-25.
Yeah,
advertising liquor and marijuana.
Road, like state highways, like 82. I didn't see anything like that. So. Okay, well, I think at the very least, what I can do is get with McKella and just sort of outline what the policy paths might be on this, and ask John and Brian to come back to us with info for our consideration.
Okay.
Okay. thanks, Kelly, for the great update on CCAT, CCI, and our own 4 items.
Yeah.
We know that there will be a lot more legislation coming down the pike that we will have to look at and react to as it comes at us. But these are the ones we know that there are specific proposals that we can be working on right now. So, I don't think we have anything else to do today unless someone else has another open discussion item you want to bring up right now. Not seeing any. This work session is officially ended.
Thank you, Grassroots.
Yeah, thanks, Grassroots. Thanks, Carrie, for being there doing the IT, and thanks all of you for, another good day of hard work, doing what we do best.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
See you all soon.
Thanks,
All
Terry.
right. Stay well, everyone. Take care.
I heard from your mom. She's like, whoops, I put the wrong year in the calendar.